One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet who millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
Is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
What's up, everybody, on a Wednesday? Hold on, I gotta adjust this sound so it's not feeding back into your ears. Where's the button? Here we go. All right, we're all good. Welcome, everybody, to a Wednesday show. Feeling much better, much rejuvenated, much invigorated after the Trump rally last night. I hope you guys feel exactly the same way. There were so many things that happened, last night, and then so many things that were predictably going to happen. And I want you to know that Trump's rally last night, it proved something to me. I hope it proved it to you. And it proved it to me so much that I figured, you know what, today would be a good time to start doing some different content. Because I'm tired of the BS on X. I'm tired of the BS all over the media. And I'm seeing so many of the so-called podcasters flock to it. And it's BS. It's complete BS. And so what I saw last night is something I feel you better be prepared for. Because they're going to get prepared for it. Because now they know what's coming. It is absolutely inevitable. And they have no answer for it. There is nothing at all that they can do to stop what's coming. One of the reasons being it's coming on too many different fronts. It's coming on the military front. It's coming on the legal front. It's coming on the financial front. All of this together is going to be too overwhelming for the Democrats. So they have decided to fall back on what normally happens with the Democrats. Accuse, accuse, accuse. You're racist, you're homophobic, Trump's got nothing, he's a pedo, all the different stuff. And it's all designed to hurt you. Even the stuff that's supposedly happened down here in Miami and how they're blowing it up with the Miami mayor. It's all bullcrap. I live here. I know what's going on down here. I know that the Miami mayor said she's looking forward to working with President Trump. Yeah, she could change her mind, but she's basically a ceremonial headpiece. If there's any stat to take from Miami, it's that, like 40,000 people showed up out of a city of, a couple million people. 40,000. Nobody cares. Is that because of Republicans not getting the vote out? Yeah, partially. But it was mainly because President Trump wasn't on the ballot, which should tell people something. It should tell every one of you something. The bench right now, I feel, is strong inside the cabinet. Outside the cabinet, there's no luster. There's no excitement. There's nobody there to pick up the mantle. And people feel, hey, listen, I've done my part. I got Trump elected. Let's see if he can do it on his own, which he can't. And so what the Democrats are doing, and make no doubt about it, the Democrats are going to make sure that they cut this weed off so that it can't grow back. The Democrats are going to make sure that there is no other Donald Trump. They're going to make sure that J.D. Vance doesn't have any aspirations or capabilities of being Donald Trump. Only Donald Trump can be Donald Trump. And they've had it with him on both sides. Yes, both sides. The Democrats don't like him, of course, and secretly, or maybe even not so secretly, the Republicans don't care either. As soon as they can get rid of him, they can go back to being, the Washington Generals. You can't let that happen. And even if it does happen, which is what I want to talk to you about, how do you prepare for it? Do you sit there and tweet and cry and moan and bitch? Or do you do something about it? Well, I know for one thing, President Trump isn't going to lay down. I'm not going to lay down. I hope you're not going to lay down. I hope you fight with everything you have. And this goes hand in hand, I hope you realize there may not be another Donald Trump. I doubt there will be. So you got to prepare. And a way to prepare is understanding and reading the tea leaves. Like I keep saying, know where that puck is going. They will not let another Donald Trump emerge. I got something for you to kind of basically prove that to you, underscore what I've been saying here. I want you to listen to this and listen very carefully.
I'm not quite certain they're going to beat President Trump and the people around President Trump, but I believe that that is their purpose. I think the establishment that's been entrenched in Washington for so very, very long on both sides of the aisle, they can't have another Donald Trump pop up in 10 years, another billionaire populist who wants to make things right in Washington. So they have to punish Donald Trump, his family, destroy his businesses, his friends, where I guess I fit in, and others, and just to make sure that this never happens again.
Folks, I cannot tell you how correct that is. I can't. That is almost 100% of the motivation behind the Mueller investigation, the deep state leaks on supposed collusion between Trump and Russia. All of this is aimed at destroying Donald Trump and everybody with him, to send the signal to others who might be thinking of trying it. Don't even think about it, because we will destroy you too. I've tried to come up with various analogies to further explain and be persuasive on how this is actually structured and what it is, searching for ways to explain just how elite and distant and removed from the rest of the country the Washington establishment is. It does comprise people of all parties, not just both, but all parties. It's made up of people who have certain university pedigrees. They are in certain vocations, and it is a very exclusive, very arrogant organization. It does not have membership. There's not a manual that contains the names of everybody who's a member. You know whether you're a member or not. There's not a single figurehead leader of the establishment. It's more a way of life. and a way of thinking. And there is no amount of achievement, no amount of success that can get you into it. It totally is dependent on your education, your family. It depends on much with your background and what you're trained to do, and your way of thinking. And I'm telling you, it's the most exclusive club in the country.
And so, knowing that, you can look at who's the apparent heir to the throne, per se. It's not going to be J.D. Vance. I don't mean that J.D. Vance can't win the election. He is not going to be establishment. He does not have the pedigree. You've seen the movie. You understand where he came from. He's not elite. Marco Rubio, not elite. Pete Hegseth, not elite. None of the people who we would think are coming up next will be able to fit into that box. And so, because of that, the Democrats and the media, one and the same, will do everything they can to make sure you know it's hopeless. There's no way you guys can win. The midterms are toast. Maybe even 2028. You got nothing. It's all over. The polls say, you can't win. It's all meant to demoralize you. It's all meant to keep you in place. Remember, as you're listening to Rush from the Grave, this was years ago, and it's still happening. Nothing has changed. And so one of the questions I have for you, and today is a big day for it, what have you done personally? What have you done financially to put yourself in a position to make sure that what Donald Trump is doing is benefiting you and your family? Because if you're sitting around like this, you're toast. Absolutely toast. Because they will take it away from you as soon as they regain power. And so, in addition to right now doing everything we can to get his agenda passed, and hopefully the midterms take care of themselves, today is a monstrous day. Today is a day where you got to warm up your fingers. Make it known what's about to happen. Because financially, this rocket ship is about to literally take off. I'm going to show you about that as soon as we're done with Rush.
And they have been rocked. The establishment has been in charge, in control, and running things for longer than you would believe. And it gets away with disguising itself by having two political parties that appear to be at war with each other. And they make a pretty good show of it. There are some differences in the party. I mean, the establishment's not all friends. They're not all like-minded. They're not all going to backyard barbecues together. But even those who are on the outs politically, say Republicans, not part of the mainstream media apparatus, not part of the dominant liberal culture, there nevertheless are members, and they value that and they treasure it, and they will put their remaining membership, staying a member of the establishment, above anything else, winning elections.
You're seeing this. You see, there are pollsters, there are podcasters, there are celebrities, there are influencers out there who are putting their own needs in front of what's best for the movement. They're showing themselves to you on a daily basis. Because right now, as I've said before, we should be focusing on 2026. We should be focusing on Trump's agenda. They don't want to stop trying to bring them to the party. They don't want to play. They want to be who they are. They want to be the star. They want to do whatever it is going to take to get their bank accounts better. Donald Trump is out here working to help you get your bank account in a better position. And what we've seen over the last year, are so many people on the right who shun prosperity, who think prosperity is a bad thing, and it's giving people the opportunity to drag you by a nose ring. Even if you don't have one, they're sticking their fingers up your nose and come over here with us because we're not like the people who want to be and have aspirations of a better life. You see it every single day right now. I'm like, is it really that bad or is it just me? No, it's not just me. When I realized it wasn't just me, it was because I started looking elsewhere. I put up a post yesterday and I'm like, you know what? It's time for a timeline cleanse because the algorithm will keep giving you what you're looking at. So I'm going to stop looking at that stuff and start looking at different things. Am I confusing you? I shouldn't. It shouldn't be confusing. Today, in about an hour, Jerome Powell is going to be releasing the information on the interest rate cut. And watch what happens. The Democrats will cry, the market will be manipulated, but in the bottom line, interest rates and housing are going to get better. And then after the first of the year, Katie bar the door. It's going to get nuts. But nobody's telling you that. So I'm going to take it upon myself today to tell you, stop listening to the establishment. And that means people on the right as well.
Actions, finding certain kinds of employment. It really is a close and tight-knit group. It's relatively small when you compare it to the entire population of the country, but it is where all of the power and the wealth is actually concentrated. Now, there are a lot of wealthy people not part of it, like Trump, but it's it's the power center and the power structure of the country. There are people who live in California that are in the Washington establishment. There are people in New York that are part of it. Very few, but they're there. And the attitude is they are better than everybody else. They are special simply by virtue of membership in this club. They are special in ways that nobody.
And what you're seeing are a lot of people jockeying and positioning themselves as if they're in some sort of club. You can see the cool kids already. You know who the cool kids are. They're the ones that want to get on stage. They're the ones that want to get on television. They're the ones that want to be, thought of as authoritative. But yet not hardly any of them say anything to help you. Don't take my word for it. I'm sure you watch a lot of different podcasts. I'm sure you look at a lot of different people on X. Tell me where any of these people say, we're going to help you prosper. We're going to help you do something better with your life. We're going to show you different things you can do. You won't find it. I looked around a lot, especially in the last, 2 weeks. It's insane. And it's getting more insane by the day. This person getting worried about getting shot up, and this person's worried about who killed, Charlie, whether they wear maroon shirts, came out and actually said, I don't even care about the midterms. I don't care, is what one person said. Other people are still retweeting it, and I'm thinking, all you guys have, pretty good-sized audiences. Are you not going to tell people what they should be looking for? Are you not going to tell people where the puck is and where it's going? Are you so intent on being accepted in a clique of other podcasters and news people, where everything is so superficial? We got to stop. I don't care about the establishment because the establishment doesn't care about me. The establishment doesn't care about you. So why would you invest into the so-called establishment? Which is why they hate Trump. The enemy of my enemy. You have to realize at this point you're being manipulated if that's the kind of conversation you want to wallow in. Not me. I don't want to wallow in that. I don't want to get there. I want to let the establishment be the establishment. I want to do what Trump's doing, and I want to do what he's allowing me to do, the opportunity that he's providing.
Can replicate. You cannot be the people they are, because you don't come from the people they come from. I mean, it's that exclusive. You can't grow up having no knowledge of the establishment and end up going to school at Harvard and doing well and automatically end up in the establishment. It's doable. Of course, it's been done, but it's not automatic. And as I say, there's no initiation ceremony. There's no clubhouse. It's an attitude, it's an aura, and the attitude is one of total superiority.
Yeah, there you go. I know better. I am so-and-so. I'm like, no, I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm just telling you stories, but I do know what moves I'm making. I do know what Robin and I talk about. I do know what other people in the Fanfare family have been doing because they email us and tell us. I'm like, okay, well then it's working. I do know when I have guests on here who give us advice. Yeah, it's worked. Anybody else giving you advice on how to get your life better? How to do things for your family? Or are they talking about crazy crap? Absolutely insane stuff. There's a reason for it because of the algorithm and things of that nature, but let's go ahead and reverse the algorithm. Let's be the anti-establishment. Let's be those rogue people who are doing nothing but watching Trump and going, okay, we might lose the midterms, I gotcha, but right now, we're going to bank. We're going to have a good life. Pay attention to what he's saying, what Scott Bessent's saying, what Kevin Hassett is saying, what Sean Duffy is saying, what J.D. Vance is saying. Yeah, I want to do that. I don't care. These guys are actually driving the boat. I want to know what the captain's doing. What's the captain seeing? You see an iceberg ahead? Nope, everything's good. Good for me. I don't care what you're saying.
Supremacy, knowledge, power, they're better and they know it than everybody else. It doesn't matter how dumb or stupid they are. These are the people ruining everything, by the way. These are the people that got us $20 trillion in debt. And the people that voted for him in large part. I mean, you can't exempt the dependent class totally from this, but you get my drift. And Trump will never, ever, no matter what, he never, ever will be admitted to this. No matter what he does, no matter what he says, no matter how many friends he makes that are in the estate, it will never happen. They can't permit it. If somebody like Trump is permitted in the establishment and is an acknowledged member of it, then there goes the establishment. Everything they have used to keep people out will have blown to smithereens. He can't become a member of it, and he shouldn't even try or want to, because the things he would have to do to convince them he's worthy would mean betraying everybody that elected him. And he's not going to do that.
And neither should you. Betrayal is a point of no return. Betrayal is where you've lost all your credibility, and you will forever be known at that point as a turncoat, a flip-flopper. I got on the Trump train, and I got a punch ticket for a full ride. There weren't any stops I was getting off on. I knew when I got on this, it's like, let's go. And one of the things I've been seeing is that people are trying to tell me it's not working. That what we're seeing isn't happening. They're telling me get off the next exit. They're telling you bail, pull the ripcord, this is awful. And I'm thinking it's December of 2025. And you're saying, oh my God, it's awful, jump ship, abandon the boat. Why? Because reality doesn't match what they're screaming. Well, here, let me show you something else here. Oh, I got a lot to show you. But this is Mr. Scott Bessent last night.
President Trump has closed the border. 2 million people have gone home, so check on immigration. Bond market had the best year it's had since 2020. Interest rates are down, mortgage rates are down. We're starting to see life in the housing market, and rental rates are down about 5%. I expect they'll be down 10 or 15 from the peak. And then 3, inflation. We're working on that. The energy prices are down. Gasoline nationally is now below $3 a gallon. It's below $2 in a couple of states. So I think we're on a very good track on inflation. And
a very good track. It's more than a good track. It's going well. But you won't hear that from people. Oh, no, it still sucks. I'm not doing anything. You got to pay attention. You have to pay attention. That was my thumbnail today. Paying attention? Going to school? Understanding what's happening? Or you want to find out who's did this and wonder why that's happening? And like, I ain't got time for it. I got a wife. I got a daughter. I got grandkids. I got a business. I have all these things I want to do. I want to buy more houses. I want to, all kinds of things. Why do I care about this other stuff? Why do you care about it? Why do people like watching train wrecks? Why do people like watching car accidents? They call it rubbernecking for a reason, because people look like that. Hey, what happened over there? And then sometimes they end up getting in an accident. Instead of listening to guys like Scott Bessent, who's telling you what's coming, or not. No, he hasn't told you what's coming. He told you what's already happened.
I'm also the IRS commissioner as well as the Treasury Secretary, and I can see that the president's signature initiatives in the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I tell you, he fought harder than anyone for these. No tax on tips, no tax on the overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility. That the bill was passed in July, and working Americans didn't change their withholding, so they're going to be getting very large refunds in the first quarter. So I think.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? If you change your withholding and know what you're doing, you're going to get a very large refund in the first quarter. First quarter is January, February, and March. January, February, March. April 15th. The puck is heading that way. So when I'm listening to what he's saying, and I listen to what President Trump is saying, and I understand what the big, beautiful bill is doing and what it was designed to do, have you noticed you haven't heard one Democrat talk about what's coming? Oh, they're bombing people. They're bombing drug boats. Oh, it's awful. We need train wreck. Let's see what happens. You're not talking about what's happening. What's actually going on financially. And I'm not making this a show completely about finance, but, you know, when it gets towards the end of the year, you start projecting for the year to come, it's usually about finance. Where am I at right now at the end of the year? Did it work out for me? And most people would say, well, here's where we are, and this is where we want to be next year. Well, I want to be, finishing up the year. We're getting ready to do, our end of year review. And here's where we are. Do you just stop there? Or do you say, all right, I understand our numbers were this or that. What are we going to do in 2026? What's our plan? There's nobody in the Democrat Party even talking about that. We're about to get a drop in interest rates going into prime housing season in the spring. We may get 2 interest rate drops going into prime housing season. Wasn't everybody talking about affordability? Affordability? Oh, we got to find a way to get new home buyers into houses. Oh, it's awful. Boomers did this. And then they stopped talking about it. Why? Why was it a big deal a couple weeks ago, but now as it's about to happen, crickets.
You see $100 to $150 billion of refunds, which could be between $1,000 and $2,000 per household. Then they'll change their withholding, and they'll get a real increase in their wages.
Did you hear that? Did you know that? Are you going to do that? See, right now you should be scrambling for pencil and paper. So, wait a second. Hey, I got to change my withholding because of the big, beautiful bill, and I'm going to get even more? Yes. Anybody telling you that? No. Because you're paying attention to crap instead of listening to what these people are saying. I mean, it gets even better. I mean, listen to this.
On tips and overtime, there's a max reduction for tips is $25,000. So imagine if you are somebody who uses tips as part of your salary or to make your living, that will have an impact. The senior deduction, you have to be 65 years old. It phases out at $75,000. But again, for people who are saying gas prices, which are lower, but that food prices are higher, that it's hard for them, that might help as well. There's a no tax on car loan interest. Now, that can be helpful, but what might be even more helpful is what they announced last week, which is they're doing away with some of the EPA rules on these car and fuel mileage. That actually will help bring the cost of cars down, probably even more. And then
okay, so it's funny as you listen to her, she's going pretty fast going through all this stuff. It's breadcrumbs. That might not be that, but if you tie this with this, it's how do you do it? Listen to that again as she ties the car loans into the next thing. Watch this. Listen again.
Be helpful, but what might be even more helpful is what they announced last week, which is they're doing away with some of the EPA rules on these car and fuel mileage. That actually will help bring the cost of cars down, probably even more.
You see? There's more information that if you're not paying attention to is, wait a second. So not only can I deduct the interest on a car loan, but the cars are going to be cheaper because all this EPA stuff isn't attached to it. Wow, that's a big affordability hack, isn't it? You'd think everybody would be screaming that from the top of their lungs. Cars are going to be cheaper to buy and operate in 2026. I could have had a V8.
And then a child tax credit expansion. That's very bipartisan. A lot of people like this. A lot of people love to see good economic news, but I would say Josh Holmes, our next guest here. Josh, you know communications very well. To me, economic communications is one of the hardest things. If the economy is great, everyone feels it. If it doesn't feel so great, it's hard to convince people that it's going so well. One question for you. How important is it to find the right ratio for President Trump to say, look what I inherited from President Biden, but also to look ahead at what's to come?
Yeah, well, listen, I think President Trump is doing exactly what he needs to do in terms of getting out there and selling this. You cannot let Democrats frame an affordability debate.
Pretty simple. Right now, what we're seeing is people are indeed framing affordability by not talking about affordability. That is a magician's, sorcerer's type of thing that the Democrats are doing. They're telling you things are too expensive, but they're not telling you how they're going to change. They're not telling you what you need to do. All they're saying is just give me. Hey, the insurance is, the premiums are going to go up. No, the premiums aren't going to go up. The subsidy is going to go away. The problem is the insurance has been too high because we've been paying insurance companies instead of people. But nobody can buy a car. Well, in 2026, here's what's going to happen. In 2026, you're going to see, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's talking about it. We're going to talk about it today. I'm going to talk to you about housing here in a second. Right now, I want to talk to you about Lear Capital. History shows that every market eventually falls, every currency collapses, and today the US dollar seems to be hanging by a thread. We've got $37 trillion in national debt, record high markets defying gravity, and we all know stocks can't go up forever. Meanwhile, your groceries, housing, and transportation costs have been going up since Biden has been in office, and your dollar is buying less every single day. So when the system breaks, when the crash hits, stocks won't save you, and your dollars won't either. But one thing will, and hopefully you've been paying attention over the last week or so. Gold has always survived the collapse and chaos. Just look it up. Banks and billionaires in China are investing in gold for a reason. Protect your savings. I highly recommend you do the same before the next shoe drops. Don't wait for headlines. When the panic sets in, it's too late. You know that. Call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free 2025 gold investment kit. So when the system breaks, you will have some protection with real physical gold and silver. And with over 3 billion in trusted transactions and thousands of 5-star reviews, Lear is the company I trust personally to do business with, and you can too. By the way, for a limited time, Lear is now giving people here in the Fanfare audience up to $20,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualified purchase. That's another $5,000 in bonus metals. So I urge you to check it out before that special is gone. 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. I want to show you something, and it will dovetail off of that, what I just spoke to you about. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, okay. Tell me if you've seen this by any of the people, the aforementioned podcasters and influencers. Trump sucks. It's all over. The midterms will be a huge loss. Socialism is coming. Oh, woe is me. Well, I guess it's a good thing some of us are taking advantage of this bad economy while we can. Y'all peddle the doom and gloom for measly Twitter bucks. I'll stick with the Trump train. Ride or die, baby. Taking no prisoners, and I'm not at all worried. I've been talking to you about gold and silver for over a year. Matter of fact, I think silver was about $25 an ounce. Look at that. 105, almost 106% over the last, or this current year. Gold up 59% since the beginning of the year. What do those numbers mean? Well, those numbers mean something good has been going on. Something has been happening that has allowed people who listen and read and do their research to profit, to continue to profit. And that's just one aspect. The economy sucks? Really? The economy sucks. Tell me where else you've seen people get 106% return. I'll wait. I just let me know. Well, Barry, we could, all of us couldn't afford. Yeah, you could. Yeah. When we started talking, it was $25 an ounce. You got $25. Let me give you another prognostication of 2026 and where it's heading. Because the midterms are lost, socialism is here, and Trump sucks. 2026 is going to be an economic rocket ship. Ignore the whiners and complainers. Cleanse your timeline with financial positivity. SpaceX is planning to go public next year at, not a misprint, $1.5 trillion valuation, making it the biggest IPO in history. Let that sink in. How is that possible if everything the influencers and podcasters and Democrats have been saying is true? How can Elon be ready to raise a $1.6 trillion valuation on SpaceX? The economy sucks. Trump's going to lose. You don't lose. See, that's the other misnomer they don't teach you in business school. A market and its status should be agnostic to what your objectives are. I'm not looking to buy a lottery ticket. I'm not looking, oh man, I hope this number comes in. Oh, it didn't, I lost. No, I'm not betting on a horse. I'm looking at what the tea leaves say, and I can see where the puck is going, and I can see a $1.6 trillion valuation on SpaceX. You see the tea leaves that you can see right in front of you if you're paying the right attention? If you're listening to the right people talk? It's completely agnostic. You can make and have a great life in what's a so-called bad market as you can in a good market. You just have to be prepared. So if you thought, you're sitting here right now, and if you really thought that 2026 was going to go to hell, it's over, socialism is coming, what'd you do about it? You just wait till it happens? I don't know, everyone who complained about the Miami mayor, have you driven down in Miami and seen the amazing prosperity that's happening? I don't want people, especially you in the Fanfare family, to be completely swayed by the BS. And so that's why I've had it myself, because there's so much good news. There's so much good news. And what's really interesting is it's just starting. Wait till you see what happens with housing in the next 6 to 12 months. Don't believe me.
When you have over 12 million people coming over our borders unchecked, unvetted, this is straining our housing market from a supply standpoint, from an affordability standpoint. HUD just put out a report and found that between 2021 and 2024, the foreign-born population in our country in just 3 short years is 6 million people, which is the most in that period of time in American history. And so we cannot forego the thought that because of illegal immigration, because of people coming to our country, prices have risen, supply has been squeezed, but we're working very hard at HUD, along with the president and other leaders in the administration, to bring down the cost and raise the supply when they're doing it through interagencies. But we need the Fed to cut rates. We need to continue to deport illegals that are taking houses from the American people. So we're very intentional and focused about it at HUD and across the administration.
Yeah. And
Respective home.
You have to realize this. Again, that is Scott Turner, who's in charge of HUD. And Scott's saying we have found the problem. The problem is what Biden did with all these newcomers that came in here, and they completely screwed up housing. So we're going to fix it. And this isn't a coincidence. None of you should think, wow, this is a coincidence. No, it was a deliberate Democrat disaster. Biden and his open border cronies, whoever was in charge, brought in millions of these people, handed out freebies, including apartments and houses, and just completely flooded the market. Then the result was rents went skyrocketing, young families got sidelines, and boomers like you and me were left wondering if we'll ever be able to, buy a home again without going broke. But now that Trump is here, he's fixing it. President Trump is back. He's back in the saddle, and Scott Turner's report is his administration's first big swing. What's the answer? Continue with the deportations. Continue with the deportations. The rest will take care of itself. I've said it from day one, and people didn't want to listen. Real estate, number one tenet is all real estate is local. And number two, supply and demand. That's it. The affordability, it's over. If the demand exceeds the supply, the price goes up. If the supply really goes up and the demand can't, the price goes down. The more you have, the cheaper it is. The less you have, the more expensive it is. These are immutable laws of economics, supply and demand. So if you take a lot of that demand out, i.e. deportations, then guess what? You're left with a cheaper housing market. You get that? Seriously, do you understand that? That is now the answer in many of the cities that have had problems with expensive housing. No, but then the other part is building more houses as well. But you just can't build more houses if, guess what? If the supply of of plywood and concrete and everything's too high. So you got to bring those prices down. What about the land? Well, the land has to be accessible as well. What do you do there? You have to reduce regulations. What's Trump doing? All of that. So it didn't happen overnight. There wasn't a crystal ball for us to look at. This is a part of an overall process. And then how do you make these people continue to leave is you stop the remittances. Oh yeah, you can't send money back to Mexico. Freeze all the work permits and green cards. Oh, he's done that too. Have you been following this? So if he stops remittances and he stops green cards and he says you can't come in here and he continues to take a lot of the demand away, well, the result is rents and prices plummet. It's the first immutable rule of economics, supply and demand. The answer is supply for citizens, not subsidies for newcomers. I don't care if the left calls us xenophobic or whatever. It's common sense. Oh, by the way, that's something else he keeps talking about. He keeps talking about common sense. If you're a retiree in Ohio watching your fixed income get eaten up by rent hikes, or a dad in Pennsylvania who can't afford to start a home for his kid, this report is for you. It's proof that the MAGA fight was always about putting Americans first. But the bigger tie-in this entire housing crisis and the actual canary in the coal mine is getting rid of the demand, deporting the demand, getting rid of the demand that has artificially been inserted into the American marketplace. I smile because I don't understand how people don't see this and how all these things tie together. I think the Democrats see it. I think that's why the Democrats are completely freaking out. They understand that once this kicks in, 2026 happens, and all of this newfound prosperity, actually it's not newfound, it just becomes visible to everybody, none of the pollsters matter. None of it matters. Everybody knows it's always the economy, stupid. Well, if people start feeling the economy, it's because right now, the people who are, feeling good about things are those of us who can take advantage of a lot of the things, if they make sense. But once people can see it and feel it themselves, it's like, wait a second, I'm good with this. By unleashing the builders and getting rid of regulation, and boom, affordable living will return. There's no doubt about it. Listen to this.
Buyers getting some relief as new data shows mortgage rates did tick lower last week, with affordability a major focus nationwide. Our next guest predicts that 2026 will be the year of the, quote, great housing reset. And joining us this morning is Redfin CEO Glenn Kelman. Glenn, we are always grateful for your insight. Good to see you again.
Great to be here.
So what brings about the reset? It sounds like you think the idea that incomes grow faster than home prices is kind of important.
It is. The housing market has been going down for 3 or 4 years straight. 2026 is going to be the year that things start to get better. It's not going to be some overnight sensation, but it will be an improvement where home prices grow 1% and wages grow 3 or 4%. That means
that's very big. Once the wages exceed the appreciation, it becomes more affordable. Well, how are the wages going to go up? Because there's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. You're going to have more money, lower tax rates. The more disposable income you have, as long as the properties aren't over inflating because there's no lower demand, nirvana. That's what happens. Not President Trump, but the Rapid Response Team put this out. December housing demand is near 3-year high as spreads improve. 18 weeks of rates below 6.64 have delivered double-digit year-over-year growth. Wait, huh? I thought things were bad. But what was really important is that rates below 6.64. This below 6.64 is before what's about to happen in 20 minutes. Let me just refresh and see if they've released it yet. But as soon as those rates go down, watch what happens, everything around it. People are going to recognize that homes, cars, everything is going to be a lot less expensive. Again, when the big beautiful bill was passed, many people didn't understand where the puck was going. Just hold on. That's why just hold the brakes. You're gonna be okay. And right now, some of you are thinking, wait a second, how did all this happen? It happened because of Trump. It happened because this was the plan. It happened without you knowing because people didn't want to tell you the plan. For whatever reason, intrinsic or otherwise. Are they part of the growing other establishment? I don't know. But as we're getting closer to 2026, the curtain is opening. Light bulbs should be going off in your head. Wait a second. Was this all planned? Cheaper cars, cheaper housing, lower interest rates? Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
And housing will get slightly more affordable. And that's good news because America needs a break. Housing prices have been going up even as sales have been going down.
It doesn't sound, though, like you think the 30-year fixed gets much lower than 6.
It could dip below 6, but just averaging around 6.3, which is what we predict for 2026, will be a material improvement from 2025. We've been stuck at 6.6 for most of the year, so if we can just stay where we are now, or maybe go a little lower, we'll take it.
What the administration is clearly very focused on housing affordability. Commerce Secretary Lutnick addressed it in our interview this morning. They want to see lower mortgage rates. They want to see more supply of homes. I mean, both theoretically would help. Glenn, what do you think is the best policy? What can they do to get the market moving here?
The simplest policy change we could make is to make it easier to build housing. And this is an issue that unites Elizabeth Warren on the left and Donald Trump on the right. You can't find many other issues like that. For the longest time, Americans have been divided about whether we want more home construction because, of course, homeowners worry about how it will affect their prices. But now I think the country has got the bit between its teeth, and we are going to build significantly more housing. It won't solve the problem overnight. No one can. But it is the beginning of a new consensus around affordability. And I think
a new consensus around affordability. Let me summarize that for you. The narrative changes. The trajectory begins to change. Things become, depending on where you live, cheaper. Housing begins to rebuild. He just said we want to see it get down to 6.3. Well, today, depending on what Jerome Powell says here in a second, we may see 6.3, I don't know, by April. This is fantastic news. Fantastic. If you're paying attention. I'm refreshing here. I have found lately, and I think I told you guys this, I spend more time now on CNBC than any other network. Because I'm looking at everything that Scott Besson and everybody's saying in the administration, and watching the levers of finance move left and right, watching gold and silver both shoot to the moon, watching $1 trillion IPO getting ready to take place. And when you look at it side by side, it leaves you looking like, it doesn't make any sense. How is all of this happening? And these people whining and crying because these people don't want you looking over there. Otherwise, you would know better, and if you knew better, it would basically shock the hell out of you. We have to, as a group, begin helping each other. And, depending on your education level in real life, high school, college, whatever, people aren't taught this. We have to be that incentive for each other. Hey, did you see what happened with gold today? Hey, did you see what happened with silver today? Hey, did you notice what happened with Tesla? Hey, did you notice what they're going to do with the SpaceX IPO? Hey, did you know the Fed is going to reduce rates today? I don't care about Candace and all that crap. This is what is going to change your life. It's going to change mine. I couldn't be happier. You ever wonder why some people are happy and others aren't? You think it might just simply be a difference in perspective? When you listen to people who are doing well and understanding what they are doing, it takes on a completely different perspective. I showed you some stuff from Rush today. I watch probably, I'd say, an hour of Rush videos a week, maybe a little bit more. And I just listen, and I just listen, and I hear the repeat of history over and over. And I go, this is what's coming. This is what is going to be happening. SV just texted me. He had a question here. Hold on. He says, what is the IPO that is going to be happening? Oh, they haven't put it out yet, but it's going to be for SpaceX. For SpaceX, I doubt you're going to be able to get any IPO stock because usually IPOs don't work that way. But what'll happen is IPO will go off and SpaceX will go, it'll shoot through the moon, and then it'll dip, and then you get in. A $1.6 trillion valuation. That's massive. Who's putting $1.6 trillion valuations on a bad business model, on a bad economy? And so I listen to people, and I listen to, people in the know, not Jim Cramer. And I just start watching different headlines and what's happening. And who is the guy we had on, Ashley? The guy from the Pelosi tracker. And see what some of these people are moving around. A lot of them are in and out, so they're not really good moves. But nonetheless, they're making moves. There is nobody sitting still who's looking to prosper. And there's nobody who's waiting. See, if you're waiting, you're a spectator. I'm not spectating. I want to play. I have to play. I have to get in the game. Well, Barry, what happens if you lose? Then you lose. You take all your knowledge together that you have and say, I think this is going to be a win. And you go with it. And again, I will state for the record that people who know what they're doing win in an up market and a down market. You have a perfect example of somebody who keeps swinging the bat. That person is Donald Trump. It's funny when you hear people say, oh, Trump University, that tanked. Or the casino, that tanked. Or this tanked. Or that tanked. See, that's not what you look at. When you look at success, you're like, okay, how many wins did he have? Yeah, you're going to have losses. You keep swinging the bat. I'm going to take you back to Sunday night. You heard a lot of people swinging the bat at 75 and 78, maybe even older. You heard Gene Simmons. I talked about it yesterday. You heard Sylvester Stallone. I got to cut that. Because he's like, I'm not done. I still got stuff I need to do. I got to keep winning. And I thought to myself as I'm watching it, how different is it than you see the people on X? If I see one more post from somebody telling me how it sucks and everything is bad, oh, Trump doesn't know what he's doing. Shut up. Absolutely shut up. Oh my gosh. They'll change though. See, the one thing about surfers, they wait for that next wave. Oh, they'll change. Just start bookmarking some of their posts. Let me tell you guys, we're talking about real estate. Home title lock. If you're a homeowner in America, you need to listen up to this. The FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called title theft. It actually does happen. And your equity is the target. Here's how it works. I've seen it close up down here. Criminals will forge your signature on a single document. It's usually called a quitclaim deed. And they use a fake notary stamp. Well, not necessarily a fake notary stamp. They will have a fake notary. Somebody who has a stamp, applied for one, whatever, and they put the stamp on it and they file it with the county. And just like that, it's on the public records and they own your house. Yeah. Remember, a mortgage and a deed are two separate negotiable instruments. One is not the other. The mortgage just tells the world, hey, I owe money. The deed says I'm the one that owns the property. They're completely separate. So they will then use your ownership, and then they can take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you won't know until the foreclosure notice comes or somebody knocks on your door. That's why I've partnered a number of times here with Home Title Lock so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Barry at HomeTitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records. You'll get urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, they'll use their U.S.-based restoration team and will spend up to $1 million to fix it. I'm going to put an asterisk here. $1 million, yeah. If you've never tried to quiet title, it can be very, very expensive. That quiet title is the action where you've got to go in and prove fraud and everything. It can be very, very expensive. So trust Home Title Lock, protect yourself, and make sure you don't become a victim. Protect your equity today. Now understand, there are people out there who say, oh, Home Title Lock, I don't need that. Sure, you don't, but you cut your own hair. It's for peace of mind. You can check your own title on any county records. You can do it yourself if you know how to do it. But if you'd like peace of mind, then something like Home Title Lock makes absolute sense. So go to HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Barry, or use the link below. All right, I'll be right back.
Hey everybody, Barry has a couple things to let you know about. Fanfare is giving away a free fishing trip. We're going to fly you and a guest down to South Florida for a 3-day, 2-night getaway. You'll go on a deep-sea fishing trip with Robin. And Barry and Robin will take you and your guest out to dinner. To enter to win, go to fanfareshop.org/fishing. It's easy and it's free to enter. Second, if you'd like to join our private group on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join 18,000 fellow patriots. It's a safe space for patriots as it's curated and moderated. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/group. One more thing, if you'd like to be a part of the show, submit a 60-second video by going to fanfareshop.org/submit video. Last, but certainly not least, if you'd like to request a free Bible, please go to fanfareshop.org/Bible. We have a long list, but we're getting them out as soon as we can. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/Bible. Thanks for being a part of the Fanfare family. Now back to the show.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so I want to finish with Glenn, and after we finish with Glenn, then we'll take some comments and see if the rate has been dropped yet. All right, let's finish off with Glenn.
Interesting about it is that it isn't just home prices anymore. It's utility bills because AI data centers are competing for electricity, and it's also home insurance rates because climate-related natural disasters have made it very expensive to live in the West, very expensive to live in flood-prone areas like Florida. So we are seeing people look at more than just the home price when deciding, can I afford to live here?
A couple questions on multifamily, Glenn. We have had apartment rents decline month on month for 4 straight months. The multifamily vacancy rate's at 7, pretty high. But I'm not sure you think apartment rent relief is going to last.
Yeah, that ain't going to last. So the people building apartments have really slowed down construction, and that means that as supply dwindles and demand remains steady, we should see rents increase. For the longest time, there was an apartment building boom, not in the for sale market, but in the rental market, and that really kept a lid on rents. We are seeing more millennials and Gen Z folks living with their parents, shacking up with roomies. Homeownership rates are very low, so that has suppressed rent increases, but it can't last forever.
It can't last forever, and that's absolutely true. So it's all cyclical, and it's basically, as I said, location-based phenomena. Down here, like he mentioned, it's baked in. Their insurance rates are higher because we have hurricanes. So maybe a first-time home buyer shouldn't be looking in South Florida for their first-time home. Maybe they should look in Central Florida where they don't have that threat. You're going to be able to get a home much cheaper and less expensive. So you put all that together and it increases the viability of being able to buy a home. But there's no doubt about it. All of this came because of what Biden did. Oh, wait a second. SV's hitting me up again. He's saying the interest rate just came out. Let's see here. Let's I don't see any breaking news on it. The market jumped 200 points, so it must be coming out imminently. I don't know where SV heard it from. Let me see here if it says where you heard it from. Interest rate drop expected by 2 p.m. There people are calling for a quarter of a point, but it may go to a half a point, or it may go quarter point this time and then a half point the next time. All right, so I want to show you this from CNBC. It's a real short piece.
The affordability issue is from the 22% increase in prices and inflation under Biden. There's just full stop right there. That's the affordability issue. And you ought to be able to explain that better.
Right. That's right. And look, I think that with the economic team, President Trump and the economic team led by Scott Bessent, you have people who very much understand this. And it was they were thrown, what I would say the worst economy for the average American in my adult lifetime, in terms of like you said, the incredible increase in prices at the household.
Here with me now.
In his lifetime. You see, CNBC, trust them or not, one of the things is numbers don't lie. And even CNBC can't ignore that Biden caused a 22% price explosion. 22% of all kinds of things went up. It's amazing. Even as I showed you earlier, the White House rapid response team nailed it as well. The affordability issue is from that 22% increase in prices under Biden. Now, I want to show. Let me see do I have this. I'm going to look at this. I wanted to show you something. I'm kind of like mumbling because I didn't have this ready, but I want to show it to you. I think it was Rapid Response who put it out. If I can find it real quick, I will share it with you. Anyway, there was a graph that was put out, and that graph showed specifically how everything went higher under Biden. Oh, is this it? And that's mortgages. Let me see groceries. I can't scroll to it right now. I see so many posts sometimes, it's just kind of hard to look at them all. But if you looked at a graph, it was flat under Trump, and it shot up, straight up under Biden. But the worst part of it all is it was intentional. It was 100% intentional. The highest price raise in our lifetimes was intentional by the president in the prior administration. And that wasn't transitory inflation. That was Biden's deliberate destruction of the American dream. They can't hide from it any longer. That's your Social Security check vanishing into thin air because you have to pay more for things like eggs, gas, and rent. And then Trump warned us and said, you voted for me to clean up this wreckage. And now you don't want to give me the time to do it. And people don't pay attention to graphs or anything. They think I go to the store, it's more expensive, that's the problem. But they don't realize, as I pointed out yesterday, were they saying that when gas was $5 a gallon? Because if you weren't saying it at $5, how can you be saying it at $2 a gallon? I don't understand. That's just how people are. Democrats printed trillions of dollars out of air for newcomers and Green New Deal scams, but tell you that, go ahead, eat less meat. Meanwhile, the dollar was down nearly 25%, worse than the Great Depression. And as somebody on X once said, no wonder boomers are furious. Well, I'm not furious. I understand what he did. Now I also understand what he needs to do to right it. Your grandkids right now probably can't buy a house. Your retirement has evaporated somewhat, and it's all because of Joe Biden, but people aren't telling everybody that. Trump's economy was booming pre-jabademic, and then they torched it. They absolutely torched it for no other reason than political gain. Did you forget that? It's the worst economy since Carter. I understand when people go to the store, that's what actually mean something. If I can't buy what I want to buy, then it's Trump's fault. If that is true, and this is where the pollsters and influencers and podcasters are completely effing up. If that is true, if it's Trump's fault right now, oh my gosh, things are so expensive, he's not doing anything. If it's 100% his fault right now, then by summer of 2026, what's going to happen? It has to all be his credit. As prices are stabilizing, as Trump drills, as he gets rid of and deports the newcomers that have been sucking up the housing market, as Biden's 22% scar begins to scab over, we're going to see growth. We're going to see money. We're going to see prosperity that would make the Reagan years, probably make Ronald Reagan himself blush. See, affordability right now is the whole ball game. And because it's the whole ball game, they pushed all in on saying it's Trump's fault. Well, then what happens when he fixes it? What happens when he fixes the problem that everyone's complaining about? What happens when he deports the demand? What happens when he unleashes the builders? What happens when you're paying less taxes on overtime and Social Security and tips? Boom. Boom. It's coming. And nobody seems to be paying any attention. I hope you're paying attention. I'm going to show you something from Kevin Hassett here in a second, who I think would be the great next Federal Reserve chairman. But I just want you to just take a deep breath. And whatever financial position you're in right now, first and foremost, pray. And then go, I see the bridges being built. I see gas prices coming down. I see no taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, child care tax credits, no tax on car loans. I see all that. I haven't felt it yet, but I understand it all kicks in about 4 weeks. So I've got to change some things documentarily and change my withholding and some stuff. But once I change all that, it's starting to feel good. Then what happens? These people who have torched their credibility will have nowhere to go. Conversely, if I'm wrong, I would have torched my credibility, except for the fact of I've had a year of telling you guys this is what's going on. I just showed you. Silver is up 106%. I didn't have a crystal ball. I just told you, I brought Kevin on and we talked about it. And hey, here's what the projections are for gold and silver. Oh, yeah, okay. Let me look at this. Hey, Robin, what do you think? Do it. Hey, I got a lead on a house, babe. We think we should jump on that? Do it. So you got to make the decision. That's the other part. You can look at all the data you want, but if you're not making decisions, if you're not saying, I'm going to do this. I know it hurts. Trust me. Writing a big check for a house. Robin, do it. JJ, Pastor JJ, lawyer JJ, my friend JJ called me because this is where you always wanted to be. You wanted to control what you were going to buy. You were going to not deal with the low-end stuff and the renters. You wanted to deal in high-end properties. Yeah, you're here. Do it. Like, okay. And do you have friends like that? Do you have lawyers? Do you have people that will tell you, quit bitching, make the move? I want to be that person for you, if I can. If not, find somebody who you can talk to who's not in the same old, oh, woe is me, but somebody who's like, you want to do this? Do it. Shut up. Stop complaining. You might lose, but you might win. That's what's going to separate you in 2026. Or you can just keep looking at the woe is me crowd and hope things happen differently. It's been a while, so let me talk to you guys. I am pushing as hard as I can. I am physically sick because of it. I keep pushing. My mind is sharp. Get some help. Don't do it yourself. Don't do it yourself. Out here in California, hey Maximus, I have to claim single zero just to break even. Then my deductions come in. Let's see, prices will not go back to where they were before COVID because wages went up to get people to come back to go to work. So what's that mean to you? If wherever you live you think prices will not go back to where they were, then what do you need to do to make sure you're ready for whatever those prices are going to be? What's to say? Gruesome nuisance wants more property tax. That's evil. You know why? Because they understand what's going to happen. In order to keep the people where they need to keep them, they need to stop you from enjoying that prosperity. So what are they doing in blue states? I was talking to somebody, I don't want to say his name, but he was texting me last night. I was driving after the show yesterday. I was like, gas prices are down, but go look at what your local area is charging for taxes. Let me read this to you. I can't give you his name, but he actually did. He was like, all right, I'm going to go look, Barry. And he went to go look, and he sent me a graph. I guess he dug into it. And he says the Connecticut gas tax is a 25-cent flat excise tax plus a variable petroleum products gross earning tax, which is another 8.1, and the total per gallon tax fluctuates between 50 and 60 cents a gallon. I'm reading what he wrote. So whatever the gas prices is where you are, all you got to do is go into a retailer and look it up. He found out his gas was only $2.30 a gallon, but the state of Connecticut put 65 cents on top per gallon. And so the blue states realize, hey man, the price is dropping. Raise the taxes so these people don't feel it. It'll make them feel bad about Trump. Oh, they're still paying $3 a gallon. No, they're taking it from you. They're taking. So when I saw him send that to me, I said, I'll urge you again. Go look up what the price of gas is wherever you live and how it has come down. But look at the variable taxes on top that your state is charging. And then get ready to throw up. It'll piss you off. You will not believe what they're doing to you. Yeah, California does that too as well. Let's see here. I keep buying as my investment goes up, eventually buy maybe an ounce of gold at a time down the road. Yeah, just keep going. The fishing winner is tonight. I will do it. Somebody said Delaware is 23 cents tax. In Indiana, 52% tax. See, that's the number they're not telling you guys. I'm serious. I've heard it from so many people like, oh, you got to be kidding me. The gas is only this much, but they're tacking on all of this taxes? They're doing it intentionally. It is, I feel it's criminal. They don't talk about that grift. So my gas is $2.25 or $2.30, but you're charging me $3. So you're artificially inflating the cost, and then they call it, like, what do you say in Connecticut they call it? Listen to this term. The variable petroleum products gross earning tax. Variable. Meaning, yeah, we can raise this anytime. We'll just raise it because we feel like raising it. Say, how much are taxes on gas in California? I couldn't tell you. Ooh, that was a good one. Let's see here. Per Brave AI, as of July, Illinois collects a total of 78 cents per gallon. 78 cents. You won't hear the media tell you this stuff. You got to go look for yourself, and that should be an election issue in the midterms. Hey, why are we paying so much tax for gas? No sound. Must have been, it might be a late arrival. Currently $2.65 per gallon in Lafayette, Indiana. Okay. In cities, they put what they call an RFG tax or something. It's crazy. All right. See, I wasn't going to say your name because I don't like to out people, but it was BLS Doom Crew who sent me that text. He's like, oh, yeah. It's eye-opening. See, the more you dig, the more you find out. Some of you guys probably knew, but you don't hear that on the campaign trail when the local politician's running. Hey, man, why are you charging me 78 cents a gallon and income tax? Like somebody mentioned in Florida that the gas tax might be between 45.50. I don't have a problem with that. Well, Barry, you just talked about gas. That's because we have no income tax here. I don't mind a consumption tax if I'm not having to pay income tax. There's no income tax in Florida. And we also have this thing called homesteading. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to cut to this. This is Kevin Hassett talking. Hold on.
Federal Reserve Chair in just a moment. But first, the interest rate decision we are now awaiting. This affects all of us. What do you anticipate and what do you believe should happen?
Well, I think the futures markets expect that the Fed is going to cut rates a kind of small amount, a quarter of a percent, 25 basis points. And, that's a step in the right direction, but a small step. The fact is that they've been way behind getting the rates down. The economy is doing well, but because of all the supply side action that we've taken, we've got high growth with declining inflation. And so they've got plenty of room to cut rates. They'll do a little bit this time, but they'll probably need to do some more. I mean, the fact is that we're in a time like we were in the 90s when we had the computer revolution and Alan Greenspan allowed interest rates to be low, even though all the people who tell you if the unemployment rate's low, you need to raise rates, were singing to him every day about that. But I was with him at the Fed at the time, and he said, no, if there's a big supply side shock to the economy, then you get lots of growth with low inflation. And that's what we should expect from the AI boom right now. And so I think the Fed is right to cut rates right now, and I think there's a lot more room for them to do so in the future.
Okay, so if you were in the chair position today and you could, come up with the magic number, how much would you cut today?
I think that Jay Powell has had a lot of negotiation with the left-leaning people and the right-leaning people, and he's reached a consensus that they're willing to vote for of 25 basis points. Mm-hmm. I think that if you bring stronger data than he's been using to show people like the rationale for why they could have a bigger rate cut, then you could definitely get to 50 basis points or even more.
So that's interesting. That's interesting because a lot of us look at that government data, the BLS data, which a lot of it got delayed because of the government shutdown. And, Kevin, I lose most of my morning just digging deep into some of these numbers. I mean, there's some crazy retail numbers out there where you can really put your ear to the ground and get a sense of what's happening, actually happening with the American consumer, whether it's the price of milk, eggs and bread that's going over the conveyor belts. I mean, there's a lot of independent analysis over what's happening. I see gas prices down 6%, the stock market up 15% since President Trump took office. Hourly earnings are up. You've got record holiday travel that is happening. Mall traffic appears to be up. The consumer is spending, yet this is what Democrats are saying about this Trump economy. Listen.
Donald Trump has no idea what is going on out in America today.
Working class Americans, everyday Americans, hardworking American taxpayers are struggling in the Trump economy to live paycheck to paycheck.
He simply doesn't get what people are struggling through. He's trapped in his billionaire bubble.
And perhaps one data point that does back up some of what you just heard there is consumer confidence. As it was most recently reported, it's down 16% under President Trump's second term in office so far. So who's getting this right? Who's getting this wrong? And really, how do you characterize this moment for the economy?
Right. Well, First of all, President Trump got it exactly right. I thought his speech last night was fantastic. And he really, really enjoyed having the charts again. I can tell you that that's some feedback we got from yesterday. Because the bottom line is that the Democrats are out there saying things that are false. And like, they're not holding up charts telling you what's going on. But, you know, we have a chart that showed that the typical family buying a new home saw their mortgage rate go up at an annual rate by $14,000 because of Biden's inflation and the high interest rates that followed from it. And so, you know, people who have to pay $14,000 a year more just to have their home, of course they were harmed a lot by Biden, but already because we've been getting closer to a balanced budget and leading interest rates down even before we control the Fed more, that we've saved a couple $1,000s of that $14,000 already. So we're making great progress. We made huge progress in the last term. And right now, all of the indicators are that the 3% growth that we gave you last time is a really, really low ball estimate of what we're going to be able to deliver, because we've got the AI boom making productivity go through the roof. We've got 18 trillion in new factories being built. We're actually tracking the groundbreakings. We're up to about 30 of them since September. And so the economy is booming, jobs are growing, but people were absolutely harmed. And so again, and the president went through every single price of everything in the charts, and he did a lot of it last night. You know, the bottom line is that if you were just a typical family, your month's groceries cost $400 when President Trump left office, and it cost almost $550 when Joe Biden left office. So that extra $150 a month, after paying also $14,000 more a year for your mortgage, it really adds up to a lot of stuff that has to be fixed. Final thing on this is that real wages are growing again.
That's right.
And so purchasing power is up. It was down about $3,000 on average, not counting the House part, for Biden, and it's already up about $1,200.
I've quoted you many times on that, because that is the case. And as prices could stay where they are, I mean, they could even go up some, but as long as the wages and earnings are going up even more, purchasing power and affordability goes up for the American people. Final question to you. I am told that the markets, we're watching the stock market soaring still to record high after record high, up another 200 points, the Dow today, has priced in Kevin Hassett as the next Federal Reserve Chair. Is that going to happen?
Look, the president is going to make the final choice in the next week or two. We've got a number of excellent candidates. We've got Chris Waller, who's one of the world's leading monetary theorists. We've got Kevin Warsh, who was a Fed governor back during the financial crisis, has lots of real-world experience. There are a lot of people that the president is thinking about to make.
It's very generous, but who wants the job the most?
I'm honored to be on the list with guys like that. And the thing is that the president doesn't have a hard choice. He's got nothing but good choices, and that's the way to think about it.
Got it. Always a gentleman. Kevin Hassett joining us.
So as soon as Jerome Powell comes out, I will definitely cut to it. I understand there's going to be another hearing or something that's going to be happening in the next 20 minutes. President Trump is announcing a New York task force. So I'm not sure if it's Homeland Security. So they're about to surge into New York. Welcome to the office, Mondani. All right. So you just heard Kevin Hassett give a whole bunch of information, and it's rapid fire. And the only number that is wrong or bad is consumer confidence, which is a fake number. Because if everything else is well, if people are flying all over the country, if they're going and they're visiting people, Ashley and the grandkids are coming down in a week or so, and people are spending money on Christmas, retail sales are up. How is consumer confidence low? It's low because of the gaslighting. They're not even paying attention to what they're doing themselves. And as you guys have been watching, you guys are starting to look at your own gas situation. I'm sure you'll tell friends, like, wait a minute, I didn't know we were paying 75 cents a gallon in tax on something called a variable tax, meaning anti-Trump tax. We'll just keep taxing you. These things have got to be exposed. They have got to be told to the people in the population, hey man, they're screwing us. They're screwing us to the wall. And so you just heard a perfect segue. That was Kevin Hassett, who is probably going to be the next Federal Reserve Chairman. Let me stop there for a second. If you know that Jerome Powell is going to be gone real soon, and you know there's going to be a Trump guy in charge of the Federal Reserve, then you also know that the rate cuts are going to become quicker and more and bigger, which means that things are going to get cheaper, which means come, I don't know, April or May, once Jerome Powell is out of there, that puck that you're chasing over there, you now know that's about to happen. Don't get caught with your pants down. As Sandra just made notice of, the stock market's going crazy. How is all this stuff happening? And that Democrats are like, it sucks. It sucks for everybody. Things suck. It only sucks because you want people to believe that. And what we have to do in the messaging is tell them it's not. There's too many positive things. Listen to Kevin. A perfect segue. I already had this queued up.
Now is Kevin Hassett, White House National Economic Council Director. Director Hassett, thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's great to be here.
The president gave the economy an A+++++++. But you know this, I know this. The November Fox News National Survey found that 76% of voters still view the economy negatively, and that's up from 67% who said the same thing in July. So you've watched these trends over the years. You've seen the ups and downs. What explains that in particular?
Well, first of all, don't forget that because of Joe Biden, then a typical family buying a typical home would have to spend $1,200 a month more on their mortgage. Because of Joe Biden, groceries went from $400 for the typical family for a month to $525. And we're making an enormous amount of progress. People's purchasing power has gone up by $1,200 already this year, but there's still room to go. And the fact is that Joe Biden dug a big hole, and we're filling the hole really fast. Don't forget that when President Trump was here before, the typical family, after adjusting for inflation, made an extra $6,500. Under Joe Biden's 4 years, the typical family lost $3,000. We're on path to at least keep up and probably exceed the pace from last time. And so what's going to happen is that people are going to look at their wallets and they're going to understand how good Trump has been for the economy, as they did in 2019 as well. And the final thing I want to say is that this one things we see, because we look at all the data, as you know, Laura, all the time, that is that the sentiment surveys tend to go really, really south when there's a government shutdown. And so right now there are a lot of headlines, especially the liberal media, about how people don't like the way the government's going, but really that's because of the Democrat shutdown. And it's a pattern we've seen over and over. The good news is that the sentiment data doesn't have anything to do with the hard data, which is still growing GDP about 4% historically. It's just people know, like, they get really upset with the government shutdown, and we see that in the sentiment data right now.
All right. That's important, because that's what the Democrats want to do again in January. Remember the whole thing we just went through? We're going to go through that entire thing all over again. They're going to try and shut the government down because it gave them a benefit. People blame Trump. The only way we're going to avoid that crap happening again is they're going to have to do away with the filibuster. They're going to have to we're going to go for it. We're just going to do this, and the hell with it. If they don't do it, then it's going to just mire down again, and people are going to have different ideas about what's going on. Even though the reality of the situation is that they get cheaper gas, they're paying less in their groceries, they've got more disposable income, but the news will be 24/7, graveyard theme.
Jerome Powell at the Fed, there is no doubt about the fact that he has single-handedly, in my view, kept the economy down, artificially down. So the interest rates should have come down in the summer, probably at least 1-2 times. It should have been brought down, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Not happening before the end of the year, obviously. Maybe next year. But is that going to be, in your view, too little, too late? Especially what he did as a big wet kiss to Biden before the last election.
No, I think that basically what the Fed is doing right now is that Jay Powell has done the right thing, which is he's taken the far left people of the board and he's coalesced them around, it looks like, a rate cut, which is the right move right now. I might like a bigger one, but I think that that's what the Fed chair has to do. Don't forget, you're managing a committee. And so getting rates down right now, it's a good thing. There's a lot more room to go. And the reason is that it's really important. This is not just like guessing, that because of the Trump boom in supply, because we've got 18 trillion in new factories, with 30 of them groundbreaking between September and now. Then that increases supply, that puts downward pressure on prices and upward pressure on growth. And so that's the kind of room that we had in the 1990s when Alan Greenspan gave us 4 or 5 years in a row of really low interest rates and really high growth. And that's something that a Fed chair can do again right now. I'm confident.
So the rates will come down a little bit, like 0.25%.
That's what they're going to do this week. Yeah, that's what they're going to do
this week.
Yeah.
That to me that doesn't count. I know you. I just think this. I mean, I'm with Trump on this. I think this has been foot dragging on the part of the Fed, but I guess a little is better than nothing at this point.
A little
but I
is
think
better
that's
than nothing. Yeah.
That was a big drag on you guys. I mean, it has been for many months.
All right. So understand, you're watching evil forces doing everything to keep that horse from busting out of the gate. You got a thoroughbred that's ready to race. That thoroughbred's ready to take off, and they're pulling the reins back on purpose, politically, intentionally. Let's don't let them take off. And they're running out of time. Once Jerome Powell is gone and Kevin or whoever else takes the reins, bam, you're going to see a quick cut. It's only a matter of time. And then when that happens, then they're going to try and shut down the government. The Democrats have no way to stop this thing. As soon as that gate opens a little bit, that horse is going to take off. That horse is going to sprint. The only question that remains is, are you going to be on it? Are you going to be attached to that rocket that takes off? Or are you going to listen to people on X who are crying and moaning and bitching about stuff that has no bearing on your life? I am urging you as a New Year's resolution to say, I'm only going to pay attention to stuff that's going to improve my life. We're only here for a limited time on this earth. We get to go around the sun, however different revolutions the good Lord lets us. And there's only so much time for you to take upon yourself to help yourself and your family. Only so many hours in a day for your eyes to look at something, for your ears to hear things. There's only so many hours in a day for your brain to digest things. And one of the problems when we talk economics is that if you haven't been trained on understanding economics, all that information just goes like this, because it just flies by you. Interest rate, capital gains, and GDP. Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything until you start telling yourself, hey, wait a second, did you notice that the GDP is now 4%? I didn't know that, Fred. Thank you for telling me that GDP is 4%. Because you're looking for it. You're not looking and wondering who's wearing maroon shirts and whether different assassination teams are going to, I don't care. Hey, I don't want to look at Ashley or Robin and go, hey, why didn't you do this? Well, I didn't see it, honey, because I was watching for the guys in the maroon shirts. I am never going to be that guy telling my wife that. I am never going to tell Ashley and the grandkids, hey, did you do this? No, I didn't do it. You know what's really funny? Get so busy, and I had a credit card issue, and I had to got a new credit card, and I forgot to put that credit card into our power bill last month so that it would automatically debit. And I'm sitting there online, and I'm outside by the pool, and I'm just doing like this, and all of a sudden I get a call, and Robin's like, why is the power off? I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's a power surge. We get them all the time. And 10 minutes later, it's still off. I'm going to take care of this, honey. Hey, what? Oh, you didn't pay your bill? Oh. I forgot to change the credit card. That's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling when you do something stupid because you weren't paying attention. You just let it lapse. You ever let your insurance lapse on your car? You're like, I forgot to pay my auto insurance because I was watching Real Housewives or something. Nobody wants to explain that to somebody else. You don't want to be that person who goes, damn, I missed it. The only problem I'm having right now, the only regret that I face right now when I look at Robin is, why didn't you buy more silver? I have no excuse. None. I talk about Lear all the time. I have Kevin on here. We email back and forth. Hey, did you buy more? No. You gonna buy more? Yes. Okay. Start watching what you're doing. Don't be Barry.
President Trump is going to put his person there, and he's got lots of great candidates. And once his person's there, then the Fed will no longer be a problem.
Well, maybe you don't want to offend the Fed because you're going to be the next Fed. I know you're not going to speculate on that, Kevin Hassett. But now, job openings and layoffs. I know you've seen the numbers. The BLS numbers. The layoffs reached 1.9 million. That's the highest since 2023. So what is that? Is that AI? Is that migrants leaving the country? Is that, automation? And is next year's boom in energy facilities and AI build outs, and is that going to be able to really, blunt that effect?
Right. Well, we still have to get like the government data that we lost because of the shutdown. And one of the things we're seeing is that payroll surveys, where they call up firms and say, hey, do you have how many people do you have working with you? That they're showing much lower growth than household surveys, where we ask people, do you have a job? And so it could be that what's going on right now is that there's a problem with the way the surveys work. And I'll be able to talk to you in a week or so when we finally get the data we need to.
No. Surveys, polls, problem with that? No, I couldn't see that being a problem.
Assess that. But the bottom line is that GDP growth is 4% right now and accelerating into next year with all the capital spending we're seeing. And there's never really ever in my memory, going all the way back to World War II, not me, but looking at the data, has there been growth that high without job creation? It's just never happened. And so I think that the weaker job numbers are completely inconsistent with the really high GDP numbers. And so what it means is, and also with the high income growth numbers. We saw even on Friday with the income data that we got on Friday showed that over the last 3 months, incomes grew 2.5% after adjusting for inflation. And so there's a lot of good news.
See, those are the type of numbers that fly by people. Oh, it only grew 2.5%. No, that's not big of a deal. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal when you're talking about the growth across the country.
And that's what President Trump is about to talk about. In fact, I've looked at the speech, and you're going to love it. And I know he's starting soon, and we might have to cut this off. But he's got a great speech to go over all these facts. And he's even, I've heard, we'll see if he does it. He's going to show charts again. There's going to be charts at the top today.
Okay. Well, it's a little more secure.
Don't you love those
than it
charts?
was at Butler. I do love the charts.
Yeah.
Kevin, something happened today that I have never heard before, which is any type of semi-credible criticism of the administration as being soft on China. Now, this came from Chuck Schumer. I want to play it for you.
Okay.
Donald Trump is just selling out America for his own ego and his own gain. That's what he's doing on chips. When yesterday Donald Trump announced he was giving the green light to NVIDIA to send even more powerful AI chips to China. You can't claim to be tough on China if you willingly sell them some of the most advanced chips in the world so they can use it to strengthen their military. Donald Trump, you're letting China control our future.
Kevin, is that an economic message? Is that a...
No.
What is that?
I mean, it's classic Chuck Schumer. So first of all, let's put the record straight here that imports from China into the U.S. are the lowest they've been since China entered the World Trade Organization. Okay, so all of President's tough on China actions are having a huge effect creating jobs here in America rather than in China. And with regards to the chips, then one of the things the president has to weigh is what happens in the Chinese market. And if the Chinese chip companies have a monopoly in that large market, then they might become more competitive over time. So throwing a little competition their way for the chip companies in China is a really good long-run strategy for national security.
Kevin, you're the best. And President Trump, by the way, we're going to stay with you, but he's just walked out. It's always the long roll-up to the lectern. He loves the long walk-up, which I love. It's like Sinatra, milk it all the way to the lectern. But this is This is Trump at his finest, is it not, Kevin? He loves being with the people. What should we expect here? Should we expect more events like this in the coming weeks and months?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the president has a lot on his plate, of course. He's like ending wars and so on. But he also understands that now is the time when we're going to start to see the data, the wonderful data that comes out because of the positive effects of his policy with the big, beautiful bill and the rest and his deregulation. And so we're about to have lots and lots of stuff to brag about. And he's going to start really doing that tonight when you see some of the really great pieces of news that we have to share with you in the American people.
Where would you like to see him go next, Kevin?
Oh, that's something that I guess my hometown, Greenfield, Massachusetts. That's the only one I can think of right now.
Well, you know something? I think it's time to take back New England. The idea that we're going to write off like 12 Senate seats every.
Before she gets into that, I want to dovetail off to something she just said. Reagan Reese is going to be here at 2:30, and she had written a post earlier this morning, which was very interesting. Sources confirmed to the Daily Caller that J.D. Vance is expected to visit Allentown, Pennsylvania next Tuesday to push the administration's affordability message, 1 week after Trump was in the state talking about the economic policy. One source tells the Daily Caller that the vice president will echo Trump's message on the economy and the cost of living while emphasizing how much the Trump administration is focused on the issue of affordability. So what that means is we're about to see an onslaught from the Trump administration going into different states and talking about the affordability and meeting it head on, which we all know who watch rallies, and many of you who watched the rally last night with me were like, this is what we've needed. We've needed him to be delivering the message. Kevin, he's good, he smiles, but it's not Trump. And JD is becoming an eloquent speaker in his own right, getting out there and motivating people. So the two of them hitting the trail has got to be a nightmare for the Democrats.
Years, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Manufacturing has to boom back in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. So I agree with you. I hope the president does. I hope he goes to all of the regions of the country because people want to hear him in all states, not just, the battleground states.
All right. So coming up before we get to Reagan at 2:30, and hopefully before Jerome Powell comes up at 2 o'clock, this is going to be a press conference at the Department of Homeland Security. I'm not sure if Kristi Noem herself is coming out or not. We shall see, depending on who this is going to be. But what is expected to be announced here is the surge in New York City. So if the Democrats thought for an instant that Donald Trump was going to back off, it seems as though he's pushing his cards all the way in. So we'll stay tuned with that as well. All right, let's continue. So let me take some comments. What are you guys thinking about all this? Let me see something first. See what the market's doing. Market's still up 150 points. Everybody's waiting to see what's going on. Indiana has a 54 cents a gallon tax. I bought one boot at Goodwill. Just funny. Let's see here what else we got. Senator Kennedy, he's always speaking things that make sense, asking questions that need answers. Yeah. Exactly, Neutron. Counteract the negative messaging. That's what we definitely have to do. The rally last night was fabulous. And it was funny, just showing everybody the difference of him bringing the message like that is people on X were actually saying it was bad. The usual panicans were out there saying, oh, it was bad, it was bad. Does anyone, where'd that go? Does anyone know if interest tax deductions on car loans going to be on new models only? I don't know. You mean like on new loans? I'm not really sure. That would be a very interesting question. I will find out. The lying media are trying to say gas was only down 6 cents. It's over $1 cheaper here in Kentucky. Absolutely. BLS, he needs to come to New England basically and tell everybody the truth of what's going on. You know, I went up and I met with my sister. I got to meet BLS, and we were there. And I was driving around, and I'm like, what the hell is going on up here? It was literally like being in a different world. I felt like an alien dropped me off in Connecticut. And I met my sisters and walked into a restaurant, and there were like 3 people there. And now it's cold, and now people are paying higher for heating oil. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. But we shall see what ends up happening. Schumer said nothing when Newsom flew the Chinese flags and welcomed Chinese with open arms. Yeah, at this point, that's a sideshow. Like, who said this? Maximus. At this point, Schumer isn't relevant. He's tweaking. Don't even want to hear from him. Don't want to hear from him. So before these guys come up, because we've got 2 things happening at once. We're going to see the interest rates go down. We're going to see the Homeland Security. Hopefully they don't overlap. And then I've got Reagan Reese coming at 2:30, and she's got a tight schedule. And then President Trump is having another roundtable that they announced was going to be closed press. But who knows? He may walk in and say, turn on the camera. So the next 30 minutes is going to be kind of wild here. So just bear with me as I'm looking at different screens and things pop up. So the DHS just popped up, as you can see. They're getting set up. I'm waiting for a Jerome Powell to get set up. And then we have no idea what President Trump is going to do. So we're going to be staying tuned with that. Next week, I won't have to be so small with this. I got the big monitors happening. The guys out there crawling around and wiring stuff up, so I can't wait till next week to be able to do this in a nice big studio out there. All right, while we're waiting, let me continue with the videos that I had put together.
Massive fraud, all on the taxpayer dime. The program is meant to help small businesses facing social and economic disadvantages, but some are now accused of lying to get taxpayer money and outsource the work. Senator Joni Ernst demanding to stop all the funding until further review.
I got to rewind that a little bit because I want you to see that graph. Okay. Disadvantage Business Program. I had no idea what the Disadvantage Business Program was, but it's the 8A program, which helps disadvantaged small businesses get federal grants. I think sometimes they don't publicize these things because they're meant as slush funds. They don't tell people about them because their buddies and their sycophants are able to tap into these things. I never heard of the Disadvantaged Business Program. Have you? Companies have allegedly been misrepresenting ownership and outsource work, i.e., this is a black-owned company. And it's not. This is a Hispanic company. No, she just washes the floors. And it says DOJ busts, SBA audits, and Senate reviews are pushing for full transparency to end abuse and save taxpayer dollars.
Lying to get taxpayer money and outsource the work. Senator Joni Ernst demanding to stop all the funding until further review. She joins us now along with Daily Wire investigative reporter Luke Rosiak, who will be a witness at that hearing. Senator Luke, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Absolutely. Happy birthday, Lawrence.
Oh, thank you, Senator. So let's get into how the American people's money has been taken advantage of. Can you explain specifically what was going on here and how they were taking advantage of those taxpayer funds?
Yes, absolutely, Lawrence. The Small Business Administration currently has a program that's called 8A, and it was designed to help those that are socially and economically disadvantaged. But what we have seen is that many races...
How do you determine that your business is socially or racially disadvantaged? Is there a chart? Is there some sort of mechanism? Hey, I'm black and my business is at a disadvantage. How is that even measured? How do you qualify for that? Hey, I'm black. You gave out all the black money? I see Espanol. How do you qualify to be a disadvantaged business? Who put this program in place? I'm going to have to look up the AA SBA loan and find out what are the qualifications of being a disadvantaged business. If that doesn't sound like a scam, I don't know what does. That is an impossible standard. There is no possible way you can prove that you're disadvantaged solely because you're black or Hispanic. So basically what you're saying is white people need not apply. Unless you're a white guy and want to open up a barbershop in Harlem. I don't know. How the hell are you going to prove I'm disadvantaged? Well, yeah, I'm a white guy and I'd like to open up a taco restaurant in Little Havana, Miami. But then again, I don't know if I would want to lend to you because you're probably not a good taco maker. You know, being that you're, not a taco maker. How in the hell are we giving people socially disadvantaged loans? Prove that.
Are listed as being socially or economically disadvantaged, but there is no rhyme or reason. There is no science or data behind who gets included and who is excluded from the program. But what we have found is those that do qualify for the program, some of them will claim those funds from the federal government, but then they will subcontract to a totally different contractor. And we found a $550 million fraud scheme involving bribery through this program. So basically what I am saying is we need to halt the program. Let's audit all of those funds. We'll audit those that have applied for it. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Luke, and forgive me, Senator, for saying this, but, on the surface of...
Hold on a second. So I have a chance here to look this stuff up. And so I'm looking it up. The SBA 8 is a program. It's a valuable tool for experienced socially and economically disadvantaged small business owners who have already been in business for at least 2 years or more. So you can't be that disadvantaged because you've been in business for 2 years. Right? Right. and are interested in expanding their footprint in the federal marketplace. Oh, that makes the scam even more amplified. You're socially disadvantaged and you've been in business for 2 years. You're not making any money, which means you're probably not successful. But we're going to give you some federal opportunities. That's what it says. The program offers unique and valuable business assistance. The A certification does not guarantee awards, but is a dynamic tool to pursue and capture new opportunity from the government. You can go, look at the first line. Look what the first line is. You can compete and receive set-aside contracts. There's some of you right now going, what in the... Tarnation is a set-aside contract. Well, under the Biden administration, they were saying, hey, you know what? I understand this contract to build this building is $100 million, but let's set aside 25 just to socially disadvantaged businesses. So they took contracts of an overall project and cut out a carve and said, let's give this much to these people. Are they qualified? Doesn't matter. It's set aside for disadvantaged racial businesses. But can they pour concrete? I don't know. I have no idea. Pursue opportunity for mentorship. Connect with procurement. Pursue joint ventures. Oh, so if you can't do it, maybe we should bring some white people in who can. Qualify to receive federal surplus property and receive free training. It also qualifies your business as eligible to compete for the program's set-aside contracts. How did I not know about this? How many video companies are there that for set aside for the blackies? Can I get some? Let's go down here to the qualifications because that should be important. To qualify, businesses must meet the following eligibility criteria. Be a small business, and there's a line so you can determine what a small business actually is. Not have previously been in the AA program, so you got to be new. Be at least 51% owned by U.S. citizens who are socially and economically disadvantaged. How do you determine that? How do you determine that somebody is socially and economically disadvantaged? It says it right here. You got to be 51% of the tough, socially disadvantaged type. What, is there a definition for that? Have a personal net worth of $850,000 or less, adjusted gross income of $400,000 or less, and having assets of $6.5 million or less. Demonstrate good character and demonstrate the potential success for such as having been in business for 2 years. My God, they screwed us so bad. I know there's some of you right now going, I'm socially disadvantaged. I'm sorry, I didn't know I had to be black and Hispanic or gay or trans. Socially disadvantaged. Anyone got a definition for socially disadvantaged? Notice that they didn't. I didn't see a definition.
The program sounds illegal. How do you give money based on people's identity? That seems like that's unconstitutional to start with it, Luke.
You're exactly right, and it's actually under court injunction right now where you can no longer automatically assume that just because somebody is from the country of India, they should get an IT contract over an American-born white person, because that never made any sense and it's illegal. The problem is there's still a set-aside program for people of social disadvantage. So now you have a case where people write essays and they have a sob story, then they get a set-aside contract. And what that means, Lawrence, is if you wanted to cut down a tree in your backyard, you'd probably call around and get 3 quotes and get the company with the best value. If you're on this list of DC insiders who gets preference because you're socially disadvantaged, they can give you a contract without even shopping it around. And so we have defense.
I just can't. We don't even know how many programs the Democrats screwed Republicans over with. We have no idea. We have no idea where the grift ends. And I'm a socially disadvantaged business, and I didn't get none. So you really got to have an in here. Nobody called me and said, hey, Barry, by the way, you need to go look at the SBA number A, because we see on camera you're black. Yeah. So, yeah, you might be able to get some cash. Nobody called me. I'm politically disadvantaged. Do I get some for that? Do you get some? Do you get some because you're politically disadvantaged? Again, how do we? Who was in charge of determining the criteria?
Contractors that still get no bid contracts because we pretend that they're run by Eskimos. They're an Alaskan native company. And let me tell you, we all kind of know there's no Eskimos building these intercontinental ballistic missiles. And so if we can shut down this DEI program after 50 years because it is illegal, it doesn't help minorities, and it lets random people skim 5% off of your taxpayer dollars, that's going to be draining the swamp.
You know, Senator...
It doesn't make any sense. Oh, my God. All right. Oh, President Trump is going to come out and speak. Oh, we might be here for a while. All right. So the rate cut did happen. Fox just announced that President Trump is going to come out and speak. At the same time that's happening, let's go ahead and go to the Department of Homeland Security, and then we'll get the interest rates were cut, but this is on right now. And she's not. Where's your mic, lady? Where's your mic?
Also see is they're going to express concern that inflation is
Where's your mic?
Security investigations in New York. Then we'll have a brief signing ceremony over here, followed by some on-topic Q&A. Does anyone have any questions? Anyone need anything before we kick it off? Great. Does this help, Stephen? Actually? Okay. All right, everyone. We'll see you in about 5 minutes.
All right, so that was the mic check. 5, 4, glass, toast. All right, so they're about to do something there. You got Federal Reserve has indeed cut the rates. And then Jerome Powell, what they usually do is Jerome Powell will cut the rates, and then he'll come out and explain why he cut the rates. So we're waiting for that. Then I got Reagan coming up. I mean, we got a whole bunch of stuff going on at the same time here. Let me show you that the rate has been cut. Approves third rate cut, but sees slower pace ahead. The Federal Reserve split over where its priorities should lie, lowered its key interest rate Wednesday, but signaled a tougher road ahead for further reductions, fulfilling expectations of a hawkish cut. The Fed cut its overnight borrowing rate by 0.25 percentage, putting it in between 3.5 and 3.75. However, the move carried caution flags about where policy is headed from here and featured no votes from 3 members, which hasn't happened since September 2019. The 9-3 vote again featured hawkish and dovish dissents. Governor Stephen Moran favored a steeper half-point reduction. All of that doesn't mean anything. Because, and I think that's what President Trump is going to say, he's like, I'll take the quarter point right now, and when we take the quarter point, don't worry about the other stuff because Jerome Powell won't be there. So if President Trump is going to come out and speak on it, which it says he's going to, here's what they're saying.
The record highs, hourly earnings are going up. Now you've got record holiday travel. The mall traffic is apparently up. So what is the disconnect there?
So we are seeing the biggest disconnect that I've ever seen between actual and perceived.
What is that?
So the economy is doing fine. And as Kevin Hassett rightly said, we're running at 3 to 4% GDP. That's really high. At the same time, consumer sentiment is flashing yellow. People are worried. The reason is price level. They've seen prices go up. Remember, we had the inflation spike in 2021, 2022. We had 9% inflation, Sandra, and that's embedded into the system. The second is people are worried that this AI will leave them behind. So while AI is driving the economy, they're worried that growth will stay up here, but employment will be down here. And that is an issue that we have to make sure that as we deploy AI, we deploy it in a labor-enhancing way, not in a labor replacement way.
Real quick final thought on that. People watch you, and we introduce you as the Obama economist, as you were. And it sounds to me like you're agreeing with President Trump that a lot of things are going right now. But he's had to deal with a big mess, and that was that sky-high inflation that happened in 21 and 22.
So I'm a technocrat, and I was on a bipartisan Obama committee. But think of me as a technocrat. I'll tell you how it is. Right now, the issue for the economy is twofold. One is debt. We haven't talked about debt, and we have to worry about that. For our kids, that's going to be a real issue. And second is getting this AI revolution correct. It is promising us huge productivity growth, huge economic growth, as long as we deploy it well. And we need to talk about this because this is an opportunity of a generation ahead of us. If we get that right, then issues of affordability, issues of indebtedness, issues of inequality can be dealt with. If we get it wrong, these issues will be worse.
We really appreciate your perspective. We're really trying to get this right for our viewers, for the American public, dealing with just the facts, because there's a lot of politics getting in the way of what is actually happening. We appreciate you, Mohammed. Thank you.
Ain't that the truth? There's a lot of politics getting in the way. Waiting for either of these two people to come out. But as we're talking here and seeing that the rate has been cut, I see President Trump was supposedly going to be talking to some business leaders or pastors or something, but the stock market has jumped up 300 points since the announcement of the rate cut. So the market has, I guess I can show it to you if I can bring it into a screen, because all these charts end up being kind of small. But let me show this to you while we're waiting for these three events to happen. 3 things happening at once. And also we've got to wait until Trump comes out as well. All right, so here is the current numbers across the board. The Dow Jones is up 324, S&P is up 22, NASDAQ is up 0.8. Those are the 3 big ones. And so everybody on Wall Street right now is looking at this as a big positive. And just watching all the different screens here. I'm going to take a 90-second break, or am I? Let's see who's going to be stepping up here. Not sure who's coming next. But let me do it now before so I can get ready.
Hey everybody, Barry has a couple things to let you know about. Fanfare is giving away a free fishing trip. We're going to fly you and a guest down to South Florida for a 3-day, 2-night getaway. You'll go on a deep-sea fishing trip with Robin. And Barry and Robin will take you and your guest out to dinner. To enter to win, go to fanfareshop.org/fishing. It's easy and it's free to enter. Second, if you'd like to join our private group on X, go to fanfareshop.org/group and join 18,000 fellow patriots. It's a safe space for patriots as it's curated and moderated. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/group. One more thing, if you'd like to be a part of the show, submit a 60-second video by going to fanfareshop.org/submit video. Last, but certainly not least, if you'd like to request a free Bible, please go to fanfareshop.org/Bible. We have a long list, but we're getting them out as soon as we can. Again, that's fanfareshop.org/Bible. Thanks for being a part of the Fanfare family. Now back to the show.
All right, so we're trying to coordinate all of this stuff at the same time. We have a DHS meeting. We have Powell's going to come out, and as we said, President Trump is going to be coming out as well. Everybody at the same time. So this is going to be something different. Haven't seen this before. 3 different major events all happening at the same time. But we'll be ready for it. We'll get you guys into it, and we'll see what's going on. Right now, they're talking about healthcare. So let's see what happens. All right. So let me tell you real quickly here about Chapter. You guys have heard me talk about Chapter a couple times. Wait 1 second. I'm going to get the banner. Where's the banner? Right here. All right. So you're going to want to talk about, take a look at Chapter if you're 65 years old. If you're 65 years old, you may want to look into Chapter. Robin and myself, we both know and knew that as I was turning 65, we were going to have to do something about our own health care. And I didn't know where to turn. We know that things can change every single year. Some of the programs that you like can go disappear. And I didn't know who to call. And if you call the wrong person, all they're going to do is talk about what makes them the most commission, and then you're going to be screwed. They're not going to give you the right plan. Chapter will check every single plan on the market specifically for you. They will find you the right plan for your situation. And oftentimes they can save you up to $1,100 a year. But if you're looking for a Cadillac type plan, they can do that for you as well. There are some people who don't really care about the savings. They want the best plan. So in one free 20-minute phone call, they will take your information and they will look all across the globe here for the right insurance for you. All you've got to do, it's very, very simple to get this one free 20-minute phone call. You just have to call 475-328-3545 or go to askchapter.org/Barry. And you can book a one-on-one consultation. They'll go through everything with you. It's free, and they'll find you the right plan. If the plan you're on is already the right plan, then no worries. They'll just you won't have to do anything. But if you'd like to switch, they will handle the entire thing for you. You won't have to do anything. So call my buddies over at Chapter at 475-328-3545. I highly recommend that you do so, especially if you're about to turn 65. You have a limited window of time to do this. Otherwise, the government will fine you forever if you don't do what you need to do. I didn't know that. I did not know that you had to make some sort of elective decision about your Medicare. So give them a call, 475-328-3545. All right, so let's see what's going on here. What do we got? Okay, we have press conference first as they're coming out, and then as soon as either Jerome Powell or President Trump comes up, we'll take a priority with that. But let's listen in on this one. Let me see who's. This is Kristi Noem showing up. Nope, this is going to be somebody else. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ricky Patel. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, here in New York. It is an honor to come together to announce what can only be described as a historic day for law enforcement collaboration in New York City. As announced by the President on October 23, 2025, establishing Homeland Security Task Forces, or HSTFs, around the country, today you will hear from my colleagues and I about the formation of the HSTF here in New York, which is co-led by HSI and the FBI with significant collaboration and coordination by the U.S. Attorney's offices in the Eastern District and Southern District of New York, as well as nearly all law enforcement agencies here in the Empire State. This task force is the first of its kind, using a whole-of-government approach. Through a unified framework, the HSTFs serve as a model for protecting the homeland from evolving threats presented by transnational organized crime. The mission of the HSTF is to identify and target for prosecution transnational criminal organizations engaged in diverse criminal schemes involving a myriad of federal violations both within the United States and throughout the world. Violations include, but are not limited to, drug trafficking, money laundering, weapons trafficking, human trafficking, homicide, extortion, kidnapping, and other TCO-related violations where there is or may be a federal investigative interest. The HSTF represents the power of partnership, combining federal, state, and local resources to address these threats more effectively than any agency can alone. With me today, we have leaders from some of the partner agencies that comprise the HSTF New York. The Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Diplomatic Security Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and the United States Secret Service. First, you will hear from some of the leaders behind the formation of the HSTF New York. We will then have a brief signing ceremony followed by on-topic questions and the opportunity for pull-aside interviews. And now, I would like to turn it over to Jay Clayton, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon. Today's announcement of our whole-of-government commitment to Homeland Security is, at its core, about public safety for all New Yorkers. New Yorkers want public safety. They want our parks, schools, subways, and streets to be both safe places and places that feel safe for our families, our children, and our visitors. At the Southern District, across the Justice Department, and across law enforcement, with our federal and state partners, we hear what New Yorkers want, and we are laser focused on delivering it for them. Crime is down, but it is still way above where it should be, particularly for our most vulnerable. And that's really what this is all about. It's about delivering public safety for the most vulnerable people in New York. It's down because of the hard work of the men and women behind me. Let me give you a few highlights over the last year. Our agencies have collectively investigated and charged murders, shootings, stabbings, sex trafficking, and narcotics distribution by Tren de Aragua, TDA, and many other brutally violent gangs. We've charged over a dozen narco-terrorists and members of state-sponsored drug cartels. We've charged multiple people with fentanyl distribution and precursor production. Gun charges, federal gun charges, are being brought at twice the rate of previous years. And most recently, we had a wide sweep of narcotics trafficking in and around Washington Square Park. The Washington Square Park effort exemplifies what we can do with a whole of law enforcement approach to public safety. A few data points. From 2020 to 2023 alone, more than 10,000 people died of fatal drug poisoning in New York City. Washington Square Park was an epicenter of this crisis. During that period, the NYPD and medical personnel responded to over 65 reports of apparent overdoses in the park. With the great men and women of the New York Police Department, the DEA, and our other federal partners, those days are behind us. This is an example that we're going to follow going forward. We look forward to making New York safer each and every day for every person in New York. I'm now going to introduce Mike Considine, the first assistant from the Eastern District of New York. Mike?
Thank you, Jay. Good afternoon. As Jay mentioned, I'm Mike Considine, first assistant U.S. attorney in Brooklyn. The United States Attorney, Mr. Nacella, is on sick leave today and sends his regrets for not being with his esteemed HSTF partners. This historic collaboration occurring with this task force strengthens our mission to defend the citizens of our districts from the transnational criminal organizations, which Jay mentioned, human smugglers, and cyber criminals who inflict tremendous damage to our country. And we've already seen remarkable results. For example, our office is prosecuting the infamous cartel leader, RCQ, Rafael Caro Quintero, who is charged with the murder of DEA agent Kiki Camarena. What's more, our collective efforts have led to the conviction of El Mayo, Ismael Zambada Garcia, co-founder of the Sinaloa cartel. He operated a continuing criminal enterprise that trafficked massive quantities of fentanyl, cocaine, and other drugs into the United States. Lastly, we are working to cut off alternate revenue streams for the Jalisco cartel, designated as a foreign terrorist organization. And to that end, we charge two individuals, Julio Cesar Montero Pinzon and Carlos Andre Rivera Varela, with providing material terrorism support through a sprawling timeshare fraud scheme targeting American citizens. A wanted poster depicting these defendants is being released today. We would be remiss if we did not also express our appreciation for all of our agency partners, those here today and those who could not be with us. We are all collectively committed to improving the quality of life for our citizens by dismantling these corrupt organizations from their very top. I may now turn over the podium to Chris Rea, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI New York Field Office.
All right, thank you, Mike. Again, I'm Christopher Rea. I'm the Assistant Director of the FBI's New York Field Office. Today, along with my colleagues, I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with other federal, state, and local partners to announce the first of its kind regional New York Homeland Security Task Force. This new team was created as a deliberate response to the growing threat posed by transnational criminal enterprises and foreign terrorist organizations. And quite frankly, it's initiatives like this and this task force that have contributed to the drastic decrease in violent crime, not only here in New York City, but across the country. FBI New York has a long history disrupting gangs and other sophisticated criminal groups, specifically cartels. The threat we face today is more complex, more violent, and more interconnected than ever. Utilizing our proven Joint Terrorism Task Force model, which, as you know, is one of the most accomplished and renowned task force models in history, we are bringing the full force of the federal, state, and local government to bear against the threat by combining operational and intelligence capabilities. Additionally, with the new authorities and investigative tools granted to us after the designation of the most violent drug cartels and transnational gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, or FTOs, We will systematically and methodically dismantle these enterprises who are responsible for the pervasive trafficking of lethal drugs and weapons into our communities. Since standing up the New York HSTF earlier this year, our agents, analysts, and professional staff got right to work, and their hard work is already paying massive dividends. Today, I would like to share with you just two of the multiple high-level cases our New York HSTF have been involved in. The first one, in August 2025, our office coordinated with the Southern District of New York to charge and arrest 7 leaders and members of a violent Mexico-based drug trafficking organization for the alleged trafficking of firearms and smuggling dozens of kilograms of cocaine, meth, and fentanyl into this country. Their alleged criminality plagued our communities, even jeopardizing innocent bystanders with public rivalry shootings. Secondly, as First Assistant U.S. Attorney Considine mentioned, we are seeking information for 2 high-ranking leaders of CJNG, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel. Our FBI DEA Trident Directorate has aggressively utilized those new authorities that I just mentioned, which had been previously only authorized under national security cases and or JTTF, against the new FTO designation of CJNG. As mentioned earlier, Carlos Andres Rivera Varela and Julio Cesar Montero Pinzon are wanted for allegedly providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization and money laundering conspiracy. If you recognize those charges, that foreign terrorist charge, that's a charge that until now had only been available to charge through our JTTF. And now, due to the new authorities that have been granted to us, we can now charge that charge under a foreign terrorist organization. These fugitives allegedly funneled profits from a complex fraud scheme to finance CJNG in support of drug trafficking and other crimes. If you have any information related to either of these subjects, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI or submit a tip at fbi.tips.gov. Additionally, the FBI is offering a reward of up to $245,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of these fugitives. I would like to personally thank SAC Patel and SAC Chavis, as well as all the participating agencies for their commitment to combating the persistent cartel threat and the drug distribution network. And thank you to U.S. Attorneys Clayton and U.S. Attorney Nacella for your aggressive prosecution of these critical cases. These judicial successes directly translate into taking bad guys off of our streets. Through unified partnership, we will continue to defend the homeland from evolving threats, safeguard critical infrastructure, and strengthen national resilience. Now, I'd like to introduce the SAC of New York Internal Revenue Services Criminal Investigation, Harry Chavis.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon. My name is Harry Chavis, the Special Agent in charge of IRS Criminal Investigations New York Field Office. Special agents with IRS Criminal Investigation have long been known for lending their financial and tax expertise to complex investigations. We are proud to have entered into this agreement with the New York Homeland Security Task Force as a partner and as the third agency on the executive committee. With this agreement, our special agents will continue to proactively leverage our knowledge and unique skills for the betterment of this new team. Whether it's money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act violations, a complex financial fraud, or leveraging our tax authority, we will continue working in tandem with all the agencies under the Homeland Security Task Force umbrella to take criminals off the street and to dismantle transnational criminal organizations. Today, when you hear the word task force, I want you to think camaraderie. I want you to think of a space created specifically for special agents, officers, and analysts from multiple agencies to have the opportunity to become one cohesive unit. As law enforcement agencies, we may often deconflict with each other, share information, and cooperate on investigations. But what we don't normally do is sit side by side, cubicle to cubicle, in the same space. The New York Homeland Security Task Force will provide such an opportunity. As our special agents collaborate, they will learn from each other, harnessing respective expertise and experience, essentially creating a cross-pollination of skills where the investigation is built using the collective strength of the entire team.
All right, so just like with the network, I'm going to have to bump him because we have something coming on. Let me go ahead and save him so I can come back to him if you guys want to see him. But I got to take Reagan because Reagan may have to jump and run into the White House. So, and she's probably got a little bit more interesting stuff to talk about as well. Reagan, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you good. Thank you for coming out. I know you got a short time. So before I get into anything, is President Trump going to come out and make a speech? Because Fox News said that he's going to be speaking about the interest rate drops or something to do with what Jerome Powell did. Have you heard anything?
Well, when you're covering the president, things change. You never know what's going to happen, and you just have to be ready to go. A lot of the president's events tend to run late, and we, as press members, get added in later. So nothing's ever on schedule at the White House is essentially what I'm trying to say. So, if it's on the president's schedule and we haven't heard otherwise, it's safe to assume that, yes, you're going to see the president. Yeah. I believe the Fed is going to give a press conference very shortly. So they might be waiting for that press conference to happen and occur before the president goes out. And we have, there's so much to take into account, and you really just never know. You're just kind of floating in the wind as a White House correspondent.
Yeah, they had mentioned today there was going to be a roundtable. What's the roundtable today about? Do you know that? Excuse me.
I don't know. Wow. It's everything sometimes is a secret, and you kind of find out when you go in, or they tell you, and you're not allowed to tell other people. But I have no idea.
In addition to the roundtable, I think at 5 o'clock he's also going to be talking to pastors. But that, again, on schedule, looks like it's behind closed doors as well. Has that changed, or is he going to broadcast the pastors' meeting?
No, that looks like it is going to stay the way it is. But wow. You never know. A lot of times things just open up. There was one day that I was in the White House press pool, and the president signed some executive orders, closed press, didn't invite the press in, and then he was going to have a Purple Heart ceremony in the East Room, and we had all lined up outside to go into the East Room, and we get a notification from the press team at the White House that we need to turn around immediately and get in the Oval Office. So we all turn around, we start sprinting to the Oval Office, and the president had met with an advisor from the Heritage Foundation. He had shown him some statistics on tariffs and the economy. And the president said, you know what, I want to show everyone this. Let's bring the press in. And so we literally went in. We got a monologue from the president and this advisor. He took one question on Russia and Ukraine, and then he said, we got to go to the other event. And so we all ran out and ran to the other event. So that right there is just a perfect snapshot of what's it like to be a member of the press. It's a lot of waiting and twiddling your thumbs and just being ready for when the president calls on you.
Wow. It's so much different than the other administration, but the media doesn't seem calling it lit at 9:30 is crazy. So did you get to travel last night? Did you go to the rally?
I did not, no. But another thing about being a White House reporter is they can only take so many people on the plane. And so I always tell people a lot of what my job is, you might not realize, is sitting on my couch at home and watching the president's speech from my couch at home, but reporting on it there.
So what was the response this morning? You're talking to your associates, and what was their response? Because the stuff I saw on Twitter, people were trying to slam it, but at the same time, when we had our watch party last night, people loved, they were pumped up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think the president is going into a difficult situation here. We're a year out from the midterms. We know the pressure is on the GOP to deliver in the midterms. I think after the 2024 election, the GOP was riding high, so excited, really felt like they had changed the dynamic of the country. And so I think there's a lot of pressure to keep building on that, to show people, like, look at the GOP, the Democratic Party is dead. And I think there's some fear right now that the Democrats have kind of found their footing. They're really campaigning hard on this affordability issue. And the fact of the matter is that Americans still aren't feeling the impact of a better economy. And that is essentially the same problem that President Biden and his administration faced, though a lot of people would argue that they didn't make the economy better at all. But it doesn't really matter if you can't convince the American people that things are good, if they can't feel it. So I think the president is already in this tough situation where he has to convince people that the economy is good and that they should continue to trust him to fix things even better. And if you vote, Democrats into Congress, it's not going to be good. But an interesting indicator of the way maybe this was received within the president's White House and his administration and amongst his allies is that J.D. Vance is going to be going to Pennsylvania next Tuesday to also talk about affordability and the economy. And I think if you watch the two, they sometimes can speak about the issue a little bit differently. Yep, that's the tweet. So we're expecting Vance to echo Trump's message on the economy, while also really emphasizing that the administration is continuing to work on this issue. That's the one thing I think you don't see Trump talk about as much.
What's that? Well, I mean, you think J.D. Vance is going to be able to relate to people differently by giving essentially the same message?
Well, I think J.D. Vance actually gives a little bit of a different message if you watch the two of their speeches. I think with President Trump, we've seen a lot of, I brought prices down already, and don't listen to the Democrats. Affordability is a scam, and they're trying to sell you that they're the party of a good economy, and they're not. Where if you look at J.D. Vance, he more so tells people, we know things aren't exactly where you want to be. You have to give us more time, and we are going to help you feel the impact sooner. And so I think they take a little bit of a different approach to the issue. I think there's definitely things that are the same, but I do think J.D. Vance has come at it more of a be patient with the administration. We're working for you, while Trump is hard and hammering the Democrat scam, Democrat hoax situation.
Well, you see, we had some reports on from Fox. I've had some spots from Kevin Hassett and Scott Bessent as well was there last night. And they're dropping all these stats, but as I was talking to people here today, the stats that they're giving are such high level, I think they're flying over people's heads. When you're talking about the gas prices, yeah, they understand that. They understand grocery. But when you start getting into GDP and all these different numbers that people can't spend, they can't touch it. Even with the stuff that's coming up with the big, beautiful bill, the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, those are tangible things. What are you hearing in terms of being able to promote the tangibility of what's supposed to be coming after the first of the year?
Well, I think that this is a dangerous area, tangibility. And, that's why I think sometimes you might see people harp on GDP and maybe those numbers that your average American is kind of like, that goes right over my head. Because if you really start to push on voters that, hey, the price of beef is down, the price of eggs are down, the price of gas are down, you should really feel like you have some breathing room here. Come on, like the economy is good. While meanwhile, they're telling you in the polls that I don't feel like the economy is good. You can be in some trouble there. And so I think that all the indications we've seen coming from the president and the president's advisors and also just allies and people around the White House is that they have seen that this is an issue and are probably taking different ways to try to approach it. I think there's a little bit of trial and error because I think we're yet to see a president in a White House overcome this issue of Americans really still feeling like they're suffering despite things getting better.
Is it messaging or is it reality? Because we know things have gotten better, but the messaging that the Democrats keep pushing is that it's too expensive. What is it? I mean, what are you hearing in terms of regards to people you're around and in your own life? Are you seeing things cheaper? Are you seeing things more manageable? Or are you seeing things way too expensive?
I think it's a little bit of both. Of course, I live in a city. Things in Washington, D.C. are so expensive. And I traveled outside of Washington, D.C. this past weekend, about 2 hours away. And it was unbelievable how much cheaper things were out there. But I'm sure to the people who are exposed to that might be a little more expensive to them. So I think that things have continuously started to come down and get better. But, maybe President Trump spoiled people too much during the first administration. And now they're like, how will we ever get back to that? Things were too good from 2016 to 2020. And now people, felt spoiled and can't get back to that. I think it's a very complicated issue. And I think it's a little more nuanced than just messaging. I think it's a whole bundle of things.
Well, then how do you fix that?
That's, I think, what the White House is trying to fix right now. They're trying to figure it out.
Because, go ahead.
No, I think that what we've seen is that they're brainstorming other ways that they can make the American people feel good and feel some economic relief. Because ultimately, everyone knows that when it comes to 2026 midterms or just any voting, Americans are going to vote on the economy. That is the number one issue for Americans. And so I think that there is like a flashing code red alarm going off within the GOP right now. Like, we need to do something. Is it more tariffs? Is it checks to Americans? Is it lowering tariffs, et cetera? And I do think that is part of the strategy to fixing this. And I think we're starting to see some of that.
But what if, and I shouldn't put this on your shoulders, from my perspective is, what if it's just not true? What if things are better? I saw a chart yesterday I showed everybody, and in 2022, the gas prices were like $5 a gallon. And here we are in 2025, and it's going under $2. That's a huge difference. And how are people not realistically seeing that, hey, it was $5, now it's $2? And one of the things I'm wondering is why I mentioned messaging is it just that they don't like President Trump? Do you think the deportations and everything else are making people think it's bad when essentially the numbers prove themselves?
I'm sure that's part of it. I think probably the biggest factor working against the president is he does so many things and the mainstream media really freaks out about it. And I think that he is fast and loud about the things that he is doing. And that's pretty abrupt after going 4 years with the president who you hardly heard from.
Right.
And so I think that can be a little bit of it, a little bit of like, oh, I feel like we're in chaos right now, simply because you see the president all the time and things are happening and moving and shaking. And sometimes I do think that Americans feel a little overwhelmed maybe by everything that's coming out of the White House, whether it's good or bad.
Right.
Largely, I think Americans just aren't into politics and kind of want to go about life, make sure things are cheap and there's not a ton of regulations on them and they can do their thing. And so that's definitely probably something that the president is facing. But also he's the best tool for the GOP for these midterms. You saw his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, yesterday saying in a podcast that they're going to put him out there like he's on the ballot because they know that he is a key to getting Republicans out to the polls.
I don't know how this guy has the energy. I just don't know how he does it. It's amazing. So, in closing, what are you taking a couple weeks off? Are you going to be continuing covering? What does a White House reporter do for Christmas? Do you get to go away, or you got to stay on call?
Oh no. I will get to travel. The great thing about my job is that a lot of it can be done from anywhere. You just need to bring your laptop. And, I know how to file a story from my phone if I need to, because that's how on call you are. I don't think I haven't taken a week off since I've started this job. So I will still be on. The website at the Daily Caller website still needs to be refreshed for all of our readers. And so, we'll queue some things up. I'll continue to work. But I don't know. Hopefully in the new year, I get some sort of vacation, because if the president can golf every weekend, surely I can take some time off.
Yeah, he'll be down here in Mar-a-Lago enjoying the sunshine down here in South Florida. So, Reagan, I know you have a hard stop, so thank you for taking time out of obviously a busy day. And can I tell you right now, on behalf of everybody here in Fanfare, have a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year if we don't see you before then.
You too. I love you guys. Talk to me. Give me story ideas in the community on Twitter.
Oh, hey, did you guys hear that? So she wants you to hit her up on X Twitter and give her some story ideas. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna get some too. All right, Megan, you gotta run. Thank you very much.
See ya.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Take criminals off the street and to dismantle transnational criminal organizations. Today, when you hear the word task force, I want you to think camaraderie. I want you to think of a space created specifically for special agents, officers, and analysts from multiple agencies to have the opportunity to become one cohesive unit. As law enforcement agencies, we may often deconflict with each other, share information, and cooperate on investigations. But what we don't normally do is sit side by side, cubicle to cubicle, in the same space. The New York Homeland Security Task Force will provide such an opportunity. As our special agents collaborate, they will learn from each other, harnessing respective expertise and experience, essentially creating a cross-pollination of skills where the investigation is built using the collective strength of the entire team. After 24 years with IRS criminal investigation, I can honestly say that I have been around long enough to know that when our dedicated law enforcement professionals coalesce around a common goal, this system will work. And I am honored to stand here today with my partners to announce the creation of the New York Homeland Security Task Force and to serve the greatest city in the world. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to bring to the podium Special Agent in Charge Ricky Patel HSI, New York.
Thanks, Harry. So again, a prolific narcotics trafficker accused of funneling cocaine, methamphetamine, and deadly fentanyl to some of the world's most notorious cartels. The reputed, alleged leader of one of the fastest emerging transnational criminal organizations, now a foreign terrorist organization, to encroach upon American soil. And the gangs and cartels behind the most violent, most inhumane crimes one can imagine. These are some of the people and organizations that HSI, through and with the HSTF New York, are targeting. In a city like New York, the presence of such threats and their ties to the Big Apple is simply unavoidable. The people of this great city deserve to know that criminal investigators at every level of law enforcement are standing side by side and collaborating under one roof, so that New Yorkers may enjoy their lives safely. This historic, unified collaboration of sharing of resources has already been in motion behind the scenes, and some of HSI's most recent major successes and investigative milestones were made thanks to the collaboration and the hard work of the HSTF and our partners who stand behind me. Just to highlight a few, in October, HSI arrested prolific drug kingpin Ji Dong Jung, also known as ZDC or Brother Wang, marking a decisive blow against the ruthless criminal enterprises responsible for funneling poison onto our nation's streets. That investigation by HSI, the DEA, and the Eastern District of New York uncovered that the defendants' alleged actions on behalf of the Sinaloa cartel and CGNG have bolstered the operations of transnational criminal organizations responsible for fueling an overdose epidemic, spreading violence, and destabilizing communities across the United States and beyond. Time and time again, we have blazed trails with our unprecedented law enforcement actions, including RICO charges against Tren de Aragua, TDA, or known as TDA, members and associates, for allegedly committing multiple other violent terroristic attacks. Just weeks ago, HSI New York and the Southern District of New York secured the nation's first guilty plea of a TDA gang member for racketeering. And we are relentlessly driving new efforts that will bring life-changing, life-saving impact, such as HSI's active investigation into Nino Guerrero, the reputed leader of TDA, who grew TDA from a Venezuela-based prison gang to the vile, vicious foreign terrorist organization it has become. Our efforts in combating TDA are ongoing and unyielding. HSI and the HSTF New York are driving coordinated investigations that strike at the heart of criminal networks. Yesterday alone, in breaking news, HSI within the HSTF seized 30,000 fentanyl pills in a takedown operation with an arrest. And separately, another arrest where 7 kilos of fentanyl were seized in a tractor-trailer vehicle stop. The Southern District of New York is prosecuting both of these investigations. With unity as our strength and coordination as our advantage, we will outpace, outsmart, and outmaneuver transnational criminal organizations at every turn. This is our commitment. This is our promise. It is iconic that we are holding this press conference in the HIDTA-led Gun Violence Strategies Partnership space. It's known as the GVSP, the epitome of partnership, where over 3,500 individuals have been reviewed in this space who are repeatedly involved in gun violence. These are people who hurt people. Every morning, about 2 to 3 people are looked at by law enforcement agencies within New York City. Today marked the 1,038th meeting in a row. This is the same location where the core HSTF now sits, so everyone works together and everyone comes together. It's all about partnership. In closing, separately, each law enforcement agency before you is unmatched at what we do. Together, we are simply unstoppable. I'd like to thank you for being here, and now I'd like to invite the speakers to join me in signing a memorandum of understanding which signifies the full implementation of the HSTF here in New York.
I'll take some brief on-topic questions. Please direct your questions toward the agency head of the tax item. Dr. Morales,
Hi, guys. I guess this is for anybody who could speak to this, but I had a question about the foreign terrorism charge. Would you say that this is sort of the number one tool that the organization has to go after some of these people? And can you talk about the weight of such a charge? And lastly, do you know how many times that charge has been issued in the country and just in here, in New York?
So I don't have the date on the number of times that it's been issued. It is a very powerful tool that we have. When you can take people off the streets for 20 and 30 years, that charge, I'll also note the death resulting statutes that we have, where if you're dealing fentanyl and it results in someone's death, that we have, I would say, appropriately severe criminal penalties in terms of incarceration. Yes, it gets those people off the streets, but it does something else. It forces cooperation. When someone's facing that kind of time, they're more willing to cooperate with us and extend our investigations. When someone doesn't face serious criminal time, their incentive to cooperate is very low. And it's something that's very important that we bring these charges federally.
Jay, while you're there, first of all, is the PD involved in the task force? And then, Jay, you had said something about federal gun charges being brought at a rate I didn't quite get.
All right, I'm going to jump from that because it's like, oh my God, it started getting boring to me. But in any event, they mean business in New York. Just to let you guys know, Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security, they purchased $150 million of Boeing 737s to accelerate the deportations. So that is going to continue. I haven't seen anything else referencing President Trump coming up. So I got one more segment I want to show you before I go. And if he does come up, I'll show it tonight. I believe Alpha Warrior is booked for tonight, so we'll see where that goes. But I want you to see this. It's about time we heard this. This is a perfect clip to close. Let's make sure that we all know that this insanity that you've been seeing online has to end.
From the perspective of a grieving widow, a mom, and a battle-tested American. Good to see you again today. Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing? Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying? One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the hand-picked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human. We are all grieving in our own way. And they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil.
They are trying so hard, and I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French. But this is not okay.
So you want to put these people back in the box where they've been creeping from?
I don't care what box you're in. But just know that your words are very powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines, and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it, we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
You know, the conspiracies that are out there, all of the like, do you think that there is more of it now because you do shine your light? I mean, did people just expect you would just go away?
I don't know what they expected.
They pick on you because of your accessories. I mean, I've seen some of it.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, it's what? The conspiracy collection. Get it before Christmas. Like, seriously. Wow. If you want to find and pick me apart, go right ahead. I do not care. I don't. This was happening before Charlie was murdered. Both of us have been through the ringer of people will call you whatever they want to call you.
Okay, then. I don't know if that will stop. I probably won't. It probably will not stop the insanity. But, my gosh, it's only been 3 months. She lost her husband in the most violent of ways. And people are trying to make a buck off this. Shame on you. Hopefully it'll stop. Hopefully it will be over. But it won't be. There's too many people who want eyeballs on that stuff. There are too many people who are conspiracy theorists nuts. They can't get enough. It's like gravy. They're sopping it all up at this woman's expense. Shame on you. So it looks as though President Trump is going to come out and speak anytime soon here. So I guess I'll be sticking around a little bit. Yep, it's coming.
Well, look, I think all of our economic advisors have made very clear that they believe that there is room for more. The president has made no secret of saying that Jerome Powell was too late to raise the rates originally under Joe Biden and actually tame inflation when it was racing. Remember, he called inflation transitory. They said inflation wasn't a problem. Of course, it was a problem. They let it become the highest inflation we've had in this country ever, minimum the last 40 years. And then obviously he's again too late to lower the rates. So the president's made very clear that he wants lower interest rates. He wants people to have access to capital so they can buy their cars, they can buy their homes, we can get the economy moving. This is really just a result of, them moving too slowly around there. They've missed the forest through the trees the whole time. And again, today's, I think, an example of that. But hopefully we'll get new leadership and we'll be able to move quickly.
All right, James Blair, thank you for joining us. You can stand by if you want to listen to the president who is speaking now. Let's go straight to that in the White House. Let's listen.
Hi, Steve. Hi, everybody.
Do you want to bring that camera over there? It's okay. Bring him over there. It's better. Go ahead. Now, bring him over into the center. Yeah, it's okay.
Sir, we have a camera.
This is him.
This is the head of.
Nice to see you. Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people. Very excitingly for me and for the country, we've just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now. The site goes up, and all funds go to the United States government. Could be a tremendous amount of money. It'll also be able to help people like this keep, as an example, just one example, there are a lot of examples, people just buying them. It's somewhat like a green card, but with big advantages over a green card. And companies are going to be able to go to the Wharton School of Finance, the Stern Business School, Harvard, MIT, wherever you may get your students, any school, and you're able to buy a card and keep that person in the United States, actually, so there's certainty, because I've heard from Tim Cook of Apple, and I've heard from a lot of people, some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out, they throw the person out of the country. You graduate #1 from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million, and for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation, they spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America. Absolutely qualified. And then the company can keep them here, and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting, after 5 years, they'll be available to become citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
And it's really two gifts. It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people that wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college, they have to go back to India, they have to go back to China, they have to go back to France, they have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy, but a lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem, and it's not going to be a problem anymore. As you know, they used to send people up to Canada and other places, other countries, so we solved that. And the other thing is it'll take in, we think, probably billions of dollars that will go to the Treasury of the United States, that will go to an account where we can do things positive for the country. So it'll be a great thing. We'll take in, I think, billions of dollars. Many billions of dollars, even. So that's very exciting. The Trump accounts are doing really well. We have a man on my right, Michael Dell, who's an extraordinary person. His wife His wife is even more extraordinary. I think I can say that. They have such a good relationship. You know, like she's an extraordinary person.
Absolutely.
Right? Got a great wife. But they're two great people. And as you know, last week Michael contributed $6,250 million. And this is just something that's so special. So many people are in love with that. He understood it right from the beginning. It was his idea. And he understood it right from the beginning. Could you give maybe just a little description of why you loved it for such a long period of time? And we were able to get it through the great big beautiful bill, basically. That's how what gave us the authorization to do it. Michael, please.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So, you know, when we first heard about this idea, the idea was that the government would give $1,000 to a newborn baby in an account that they would own. And it would go in essentially the S&P 500 and compound. And when the child becomes 18, they could use that money to go to college, to buy a home, to start a business, to continue saving. And I thought that was a great idea. I thought that'd be great if companies matched the government's contribution, which we're doing. A lot of the companies around the table have committed to doing that. And also thought about this is, wow, this is going to be like a platform for families and communities and philanthropists to contribute to those accounts. And so we originally started with the idea of, well, what if we gave some money to all the kids in our home state of Texas, right? We thought that would be a nice thing to do.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, there is. 1 out of 10 new kids in America born in Texas.
It's pretty good.
Happen to be a fan of the state of Texas. But anyway, we thought about it some more, and we thought, you know, this is going to be something really special. We have a foundation. It focuses on children. It's been around for 26 years. And we said, well, why don't we go bigger? And so we talked about it. And, you know, now that the Investment America Act is a law, which that in itself is a incredible thing that occurred, it does create a platform. And we were super happy to announce that we would give, $250. We arrived at $250 because next year will be the 250th birthday of America and 25 million children. We thought that was a nice thing to do because it would include most of the children that are 10 and under, that are not part of the government program, that live in zip codes where the median income is less than $150,000. And that was also an important part of our contribution. And I do believe there will be a number of other large gifts announced. I've already spoken with a few that will be announcing gifts at the state level.
Right.
And more to come.
Yeah, it's amazing. And it's amazing the vision you have, but that's why you're so successful, frankly. And to think that Michael started off with not a lot of money, I would say, right? Not too much, like very little. And he can give a gift of $6,250 million, and I know he said he's going to do a lot more. It's pretty amazing. It's really a beautiful thing to watch. So great for our country. So we have the Trump accounts are doing really well, and it's become, I have to tell you, just everyone's talking about them, you know, beyond what I would have even thought. And it's going to make some young people relatively very wealthy. And in some cases, I mean, they could really be off to a great start. So some people have had that advantage and some people haven't, but it's a wonderful thing. Thank you to you and your beautiful wife. Thank you, sir. So it's a pleasure to welcome so many brilliant minds and distinguished business leaders back to the White House. I love these brilliant minds, including Michael Dell of Dell Technologies, who makes a great product. And I want to thank him for what he's done, what we just discussed, the accounts. We also are grateful to be joined by Enrique Lores of HP. So thank you very much, Enrique. Great job you're doing. Antonio Neri of HP Enterprise. Thank you very much. What's the difference between HP and HP Enterprise?
We focus on the cloud, security, networking, and large systems.
The cloud's good. People have done very well with the cloud. That's great. Arvind Krishna of IBM, who's actually become, I would say, a legend. The job he's done. He's taken the stock from a rather low price to a very nice price. I won't say high because I'm sure you're going to say it's going to go up a lot more, right? But, so I can't say a high price. But he took IBM into a new stratosphere that nobody, I think, saw. If you go back to before when he took over the company, nobody would have even imagined that you'd be able to do what you've done. So congratulations, become a good friend. Cristiano Amon of Qualcomm, and thank you very much. Congratulations and success. I know a lot about your company. You've done amazing. An executive director of the Technology CEO Council, Bruce Millman. So, thank you very much. I think that these people know each other. We're going to be talking a little bit about technology today, and we'll take a few of your questions about technology. I'm sure you probably won't have too many of those questions. You'll be asking about some other things, right, Bruce? Our administration is committed to total dominance in technology. Right now, we're leading artificial intelligence by a lot. And I think, you look at what's going up, and we're writing rules, regulations. We want to keep it at the federal government level, so it's simple for the companies, very important, frankly. And I think we're pretty well committed. I spoke to some of the senators today, and I think we're committed to do that. We want to make it as simple as possible, as easy, because you're competing with some very big sources, and we want to stay number one by a lot. We're leading the world in building new data centers and new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities and new capacity for AI. And we're unleashing all of the forms, literally all forms of energy and natural gas and oil to clean, beautiful coal and safe, reliable nuclear power. And I'm giving them approval to, when they build these massive plants that cost $50 billion. It used to be that for $50 million you could build a nice little shopping center. But for $500 million, you could build one of the biggest, most beautiful centers. And now they're talking about $50 billion. So explain that one. These buildings there's never been anything. There's never been anything like that. So you're all involved in that. It's pretty amazing. 1 year ago, our country was considered dead by many leaders throughout the world. And now we have what's called the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. 10 months took us. I thought it was going to take longer, Michael. Really. I didn't think we were going to have this success this soon. We have over $18 trillion being invested. So much of it by, like you're in for a lot. What's the number that you're looking at?
150.
150 billion. That's good. I don't know, Michael. Am I allowed to ask you? You already gave $6,250,000,000. Do you have you stated a number that you're at for investment, future investment?
Well, if I think about all the investment that we make with the American companies that are adding capacity, particularly around semiconductors, it's several $100 billion.
I think that's right. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It makes the $6 billion sound very, very small. That's very good. Antonio, what about you guys? What about you and Enrique? How's that going?
Well,
have you announced a number or anything?
No, I'm actually happy to share with you. Over the next few years, we're going to invest an additional $3.5 billion building secure manufacturing. Right. We build the largest supercomputer for the United States government that supports both the DoD and DOE. So in the next 18 months, we're going to build the largest 5 supercomputers that will keep the United States ahead of the game, both in life science and AI, but also to keep ahead owning the entire stack at the national security level.
Great. Are you doing that separately? Are you doing it together or separate?
No, we are totally separate company.
Totally separate, right?
From our side, we invest in the US about $18 billion per year. So if you look at the next 5,
that's right.
It will be close to $100 billion. And we are going to be investing in AI at the edge, not only on data centers, but how to make AI available to customers in PCs, in headsets, in devices that they will be using every day. Which is
So it's
an
over
extra-
$100 billion.
Yes.
And you're doing well. HP is doing really well.
Yes.
That's great.
We're competing hard with Micro, but
Are you direct competitors?
Yes.
That's it. That's why they're on different sides of the table, sir.
The old days would say, why don't you make a deal? I guess now it's not so easy to make
We
a
can
deal.
have an arm wrestling match now.
Yeah,
instead of-
right.
if you want to.
And Cristiano, you've been amazing, right? Your company with the investments. How are you doing with
We're doing
investments?
great. I think, Mr. President, you have a great decision. I think when you drove our company to continue to be innovating, and I think we're doing very good. We've been, in addition to doing phones, I think we're now, our chips are going to every car company in the world, all the car companies. We're entering into the robotics. There's a lot of growth in robotics and the data center. New smart glasses going to be the future mobile devices. Industrial, I think a lot of the drive towards manufacturing the country is driving a lot of technology for smart manufacturing. We're making chips for that. So I think we're very excited. And I think, like Michael, I think the number of industries our chips are being enabling is driving hundreds of billions of dollar investments in. And most important for us, semiconductor manufacturing is very important. So we are going to be customer of the fabs that are being built in the United States by TSMC and Samsung. So we're just going to keep going forward.
Yeah, those investments are very important, and we are all customers of those fabs.
Those two are my customers too.
Yeah.
So
Memory stuff? Memory?
we don't do memory. We do other.
Who's the king of memory?
It's Micron and SK Hynix.
And Micron's another one doing very well. That's great. Yeah, I heard you're doing fantastically. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The stock market has set a 51, think of this, 51 all-time record highs during the last 10 months. 51. You guys are big beneficiaries. You're setting the records, right? It's amazing. 51 times we've hit a new high. And in the history of our country, if you think about it, 51 times during the last 10 months. And Bruce, let me ask you, pull these people, how's it looking for technology?
A lot of global competition, but you'd rather be playing our hand than any other hand in the world.
I think so. We have a good hand right now, don't we? Joe Biden secured just really much less than $1 trillion of new investments in 4 years. And in 10 months, we secured more than $18 trillion. So 18 times the amount in 10 months what they did in 4 years. And they would have gone negative. They were heading toward negative. In other words, not $1 trillion, but it could have been 3 or 4 or 5 trillion less because people were leaving. So it was a big turnaround. In 10 months, the $18 trillion, it's a record. There's never been a country that's gotten anywhere near that. In the Middle East, when I left the Middle East, we brought back $3 trillion and lots of Boeing airplanes, like 300. And Boeing gave me the award for the greatest salesman in the history of Boeing, which is a nice little award. I have a little plaque. The greatest, I think I've sold 1,000 Boeing planes. Can you believe it? Now all they have to do is make them. Okay, they got to make them, but they will. But we have made historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, the EU, Malaysia, Cambodia, El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Thailand, and South Korea, and many others. And a lot of it's based on the November 5th election result, which was a massive victory. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote. We won the Electoral College by a landslide. We won counties. The counties, they do it. I don't know, to me it's the most accurate of all in many ways. We're 2,700 counties against 525. That's pretty good, right, Cristiano?
Pretty good.
2,700 against 525. 525. That's why when you see the maps are all red, except for 2 little blue lines on the right and the left side of the map. They're probably changing too. Americans are great builders, and in the Trump administration, America is once again a country where innovators get a green light. You have the greatest innovators in the world at this table, and representing a lot of their friends who are competitors and friends. But we're really on a big move to get rid of red tape so they can run their businesses and not have to wait 10 years for an approval. In the old days, getting some of these approvals for plants that are already being built would have taken 10, 15, even 20 years prior to rejection. You get rejected. You'd work 20 years and then you'd lose 5 to 4. And we're getting plants approved in a matter of weeks. The biggest plants ever built in a matter of weeks. For every new regulation, we're slashing more than 10 old regulations. So we're not allowing regulations unless they slash 10 old regulations. We did that in the first term, and we cut more regulation than any administration ever. In our first term, we have the all-time record. I think we're exceeding it here. In fact, now it's 1 in 24 is the number we're at. It's 1 in 10 you have to do, otherwise we're not letting you do it. But we're actually up to 1 in 24, so we get rid of 24 regulations for everyone. That's not a bad deal, right? And it's been very exciting, actually. But including, we're allowing 100 in the great big beautiful deal. We're allowing 100% expensing for capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. So including even structure. So that if Michael goes out and builds a factory, you can take it against tax immediately, the whole thing. You don't have to wait 38 years or do it over a 38-year period. And I think that's what made the first tax cut, which we, by the way, got extended in this tax cut. So, and you add it up, it's the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. But I think that the expensing factor, and it's good for 10 years too, I think that's the, maybe was the reason that so much growth was, there were other reasons, but so much growth was gotten in the first term. So earlier this year I said that the challenges of our time demand a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty in Silicon Valley, smart people, and from the whole technology sector, and that patriotism is on huge display here in this room with some of the most brilliant people. And I'd now like to ask Secretary Howard Lutnick to say a few words, and OSTP Director Michael Kratsios also say a few words. And I look forward to hearing from Michael a little bit about this subject. Cristiano of Qualcomm, and Arvind, you'll say something, and I appreciate it. And anybody else wants to say a couple of words, feel free. Good job. So why don't we start with Howard, please?
So the key to America's success is the amazing innovators that we have. I mean, we have invented everything from the light bulb, transistor, GPUs. We are on the edge of everything. And we need to keep being on the edge, and the people at this table and this industry is why America's great. We need to build here. You know, for too many years, we innovated and we let everyone else build our stuff. And we just can't do it anymore. So with President Trump coming and winning the election on November 5th, we changed that, and now we're going to build it here. You've done everything you can, and you've heard trillions and trillions of dollars of technology build coming home to America to protect and defend us and use our innovations here. You're driving interest rates lower, and you're going to continue to drive them lower. That makes it cheaper. It makes it more growth the United States of America's ever seen. You're going to see north of 4% next year, and then it's going to go up from there to 5s and 6s. This president's going to drive the greatest GDP growth, led by the tech sector coming home and driving growth.
Well, thank you. You know, one of the things I'd like to say just before going over to Michael, and this Michael, and then we'll have this Michael, all right? But one of the things I'd like to say is, in the old days, when you announced really good results in this country, the stock market went up. And that's the way it should be. And we're going back to that. Because otherwise you can never really attain true greatness. In other words, GDP at 4. Oh, 4 is so high. Let's raise interest rates and kill it. And we're going to go back to the old days. When we announce great results, it doesn't mean we're going to raise interest rates and try and kill it. It means that instead of 4% GDP or 3%, which I said it's so wonderful, 3%, it should be able to be 20 or 25%. I don't know why it can't be. You shouldn't kill it. And so we hope that if this country announces great results, because you're going to see great results over the next couple of years. All these plants, and I'm not just talking about AI. We have the biggest number of auto plants planned. Toyota just announced $10 billion in plants built, various couple of locations, few locations in the country, just a little while ago. They're all coming here. They're coming here because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay tariffs, but they're coming here because of the election and the mindset. But when we announce good results, the market should go up. Now it's when you announce good results, Michael, the market goes down because they say, oh, that means things are good. That means we're going to kill it by raising interest rates. I think it's really wrong. It should be the opposite of what it is now. It should be the way it used to be. We announce good results, the market should go up, and we should keep driving it up and have it keep going up and let it be much, much bigger, much, much better. And, you know, growth doesn't mean inflation. They're always afraid that, oh, we have, and if there is inflation, that's okay, then we can slow it down. But we should be able to do a lot better than 3 and 4. We're scheduled to be at 4%, which is pretty amazing because we have a deadhead Fed hair. I mean, this guy, the head of the Federal Reserve is a stiff. And, you know, you fight that. It's amazing. We fight that, and yet interest rates are going down, except with him, not too much. He did a rather, I would say, a rather small number that could have been doubled, at least doubled. And that's the other thing. I think the rates for the United States are always the lowest in the world, because without us, there is no world. Without this economy, there's no world. You know, you could go to some of these wonderful countries that you think are so great. Well, one of the reasons they're great is because we allowed them to get rich off of us. We didn't charge them anything. You look at some of the deals, I don't want to say, use Switzerland as an example, but Switzerland paid almost nothing in terms of a tariff or a tax or whatever you want to call it, license. They paid nothing, and you know they're paying now. They're paying a fair amount. I had them at 39%, but I decided to be nice. I was nice, and I think they like us a little bit better. But the money you're talking about is enormous. Our country is a very rich country, but if we do well, the market should go up and the value of our country should go up. And if we do poorly, the market then should go down. It shouldn't be the opposite. And if we go up, we should encourage it to go up more. And those numbers, when you say, you know, 3% of GDP or 4% of GDP, they should be much higher. So, you know, I've wanted to say it. I do say it. I believe it. And we have to get a mindset that when a country is doing well, you don't want to kill the growth. That's what they're doing. They kill the growth. I don't know if you guys even agree with that. They kill the growth because they're so afraid of inflation. But you can have tremendous growth without inflation. Everything goes up with the growth. But that's not inflation. So I think we can do much better than traditional numbers. And you see that. You see that with what we're doing. We're leading in everything. And now, and remember this, as far as prices are concerned, and they talk about affordability, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say it was 48 years, but I say it was the history. What difference? It's 48 years, they would tell me. They said I was being inaccurate because I said the history. I think 48 years is a long time, but it's actually, I disagree. I think it's the history. So in the Biden administration, I inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, or 48 years. And prices were very, very high. I brought the prices down. We had yesterday 3 states where oil was at $1.99 a gallon. How about that? And you know, with these guys, it was $4, $4.50. In California, it was like $7 because that's a badly run state. But the price for oil and gas and everything else, the price of gasoline was $4.50, $5. And we just hit $1.09. We broke $2. I was looking forward to that. Couple of states, 3 states. And I will say that when that happens, oil and gas and energy is so big, it's so big a category, you don't even know what number 2 is. There is no number 2. And when you have the prices coming down for energy like that, you've killed inflation. and you're lowering prices. So I inherited very simply the highest prices in history, and I'm bringing them down really fast, led by energy. And when energy comes down, everything else comes down. But I've only been here a short while, and we gave them a beautiful, beautiful thing, and they destroyed it. They would have destroyed our country had they been allowed to stay. If we didn't win this election, if we had Kamala, who's the same as Joe, low IQ people, but if we had Kamala, as you would have a country that would be right now in ruins. I believe that 100%. Things would be in a state like nobody's ever seen before. Worse than anything you've ever imagined. Worse than 1929, in my opinion. Instead, we have the hottest country in the world, and we're going to keep it that way. But just to finish, we inherited high prices. We're bringing them down very rapidly, and we're bringing them down to very, very good levels. They'll soon be down at very good levels. Michael, please go ahead.
Absolutely. As everyone in this room probably knows very well, leadership in science and technology has been foundational to our economic and national security for decades. And because of the policies that you have championed and the private sector partnerships that you have made, America currently is leading the world in S&T, and it's benefiting all Americans every day. The one thing that I want to remind this group of, and many of you know, the president has been arguing for American leadership in AI well before ChatGPT was even invented. The president signed an executive order on artificial intelligence leadership in 2019, which set the stage for the revolution that we're seeing today. In the past year, we've built on that. We signed out the AI Action Plan in July of this year, which the president launched here in Washington, along with 3 EOs. And I know a lot of that effort is around creating a regulatory environment to allow for companies like yours to thrive and for the applications that you build to have the biggest impact on Americans every day. So thank you for everything that you do, and I know we're going to keep working together to make sure that America is the home for the next great technological discoveries.
All right, thank you, Michael. And Michael?
Thank you, sir. Well, look, we greatly appreciate the focus the administration has on lowering energy costs. And energy is the substrate of manufacturing at the industrial level, and really an incredibly important input to the economy. We can't be competitive without a super low cost energy industry. And had a great meeting earlier today with Secretary Wright, and really appreciate all the work that he's been doing. This is, of course, incredibly important when it comes to AI, because it does consume a great deal of power. All the semiconductor manufacturing consumes a great deal of power. Another big area of focus for us is we can take all this great AI technology, the AI stack of the innovative companies here in the United States, and sell that around the world. And I'd like to ask Arvind to speak a little bit more about this. Arvind?
Thank you. So, Mr. President, first, we really would like to thank you for everything you're doing for economic growth, as you said. I completely agree with you. Economic growth then drives a lot of other benefits to everything else. We also want to thank you for all the work you're doing on deregulation and making things easier for business to participate in that growth. Michael spoke of the AI stack. It's incredibly important that under the action plans that you have laid out and Michael Kratzer just spoke of, we really help promote the AI stack, which is not semiconductors only. Those are incredibly important, but it's semiconductors, it's software, it's the systems which many of us here build, and it is the software applications on top. The ability to take those to all our friends in countries, so all the friendly countries, is going to be very, very important. And we wish to work with your government to make sure that we can do that, because otherwise we're afraid that competing countries are going to be able to get that stack. So we would say that.
Anything that you're looking at that we can help you with so that you create a bigger and better IBM and hire a lot more people? Anything you need?
A few countries. We'll speak to members of your administration to make sure that those can go and that barriers get lowered for being able to do it quickly. We agree guardrails are necessary, but lower barriers would be very, very helpful.
You mean tariffs?
No.
Because are these countries are they tariffing you making your life difficult? Are they doing anything else to make your life difficult?
It's the ability to take certain systems which have semiconductors inside them into these countries. So right now, because we have controls on where all the semiconductors can go, then the entire system is restricted. That's what we want to do. The same as
how many countries do that?
Probably a half dozen. So
I can tell you the countries already. I know.
Yes,
I know every country very well,
and
we have ways of combating that quickly. So you let me know.
And the last part I'd like to say is I'd also like to thank you for all that you're doing to help modernize government itself, because we think that that's incredibly important. You know, you've made a number of announcements, but a couple that I'd just like to point out, we worked with Commissioner Frank Bisignano to help make Social Security better. So I would like to thank you for your help on that. And we'll work with him on making IRS.
He's done a fantastic job.
Yes, Frank's great.
He's done a great job, Frank. He's had a great career, actually left a tremendous career where his salary, I think, was 100 times greater than it is now. And he was at J.P. Morgan Chase, and he's doing he did a great job at Social Security, quickly.
And we hope to help him replicate that now at the IRS also.
Very good. Thank you very much. Good job. Cristiano, please.
Yes, just a few points. I think, first of all, Mr. President, thank you for your vision, and thank you for understanding the importance of the American private sector in industry, I think, and the growth of the economy. I want to just build on some of the things that were said by my colleagues. I think we have built probably one of the most advanced technologies in the world, and part of it is because I think the commitment to innovation that we have in the country, but also the fact that it has been American technology for the world. So I think we have an incredible opportunity. When I think about what Michael said about exporting AI, I had conversation with Secretary Howard. Now that the trade deal's been made, is an opportunity to really build on those trade deals and export, I think, American technology. And also, as we think about the technology, it's an important vector to drive the reindustrialization, I think, of the country with technology. So we're incredibly excited about that. I think it's a big opportunity. I think it's the next wave of growth that we can build on those trade agreements. And I think it resonates what also Arvind said about the importance of the American technology stack. And then I'm just going to finish with 2 points. There are 2 exciting things happening in the world of technology coming right now. One is as AI become the new form of computing, AI is going not only to the data center, but to everything, to cars, to PCs. And we see now the ability to run models that you can only run AI in the data center. You can run that on a microcomputer, on a computer for Enrique, on a server, with small server on premise. So I think we're going to see the proliferation of AI. The other one is 6G. We had made commitment working with your administration, working with FCC. We're going to accelerate 6G. We're working to allow an opportunity for America to lead in the next wireless evolution. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the partnership, and we're going to be hard at work, I think, driving that agenda.
So we're into 6G now. I just finished 5G. I was a leader on 5G getting that done. And now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect it is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's so the 6 is coming, huh?
It's coming.
Does it ever end? And what happens? You'll be into 7, right? Before 6 gets old, you'll be into 7. Anybody have anything else to say? Anybody?
I think that the other thing is we want to thank you as well for the openness of your organization and your team. We always find people that wants to hear what we need and is willing to design programs that will support us. So thank you for.
Well, we're here to serve you. We want you to just dominate the whole world in terms of what you do. It's a very important world, and you're doing that. And we're making it easy for you, and that means you're going to do it faster. It's more jobs, and a lot of good things happen. Right? Go ahead,
Thank you,
please.
Mr. President. You may not recall, but in your first term, you actually sponsored the Department of Energy to build the largest systems ever built. And thanks to your sponsorship, the Department of Energy owns the 3 top supercomputers in the world.
Yeah.
And we build it with them. And these are systems that can do quintillion operations per second. And that means we can solve
I know.
a lot of...
We made that possible. It's worked out very well. Good.
Solve problems. So now we're going to build the next generation again.
Good. Sounds good to me. Any questions, please?
Mr. President. Thank you. Can you explain a little more about this Venezuelan oil tanker and share a little more information?
Well, I'll let the people do it, but you see the result, and I guess they probably have released the pictures by now or pretty soon. You'll discuss that with the appropriate people later on, but no, it was seized for a very good reason.
Cuba.
Sir, there's a new proposal from DHS that would see tourists from a lot of countries have to hand over 5 years of social media history to get a tourist visa. Are you concerned at all that if that's implemented, there would be a decline in tourism next year? And what sort of material do you think is...
We're doing so well. We just want people to come over here and safe. We want safety. We want security. We want to make sure we're not letting the wrong people come into our country. We're getting rid of a lot of bad ones from jails, from mental institutions, drug dealers. And we're getting a lot of bad people, murderers. 11,888 murderers, half of them, almost exactly half of them, committed more than one murder. We're getting rid of them. In some cases, we don't even want to get them out. We put them in jail because we're afraid they're going to come back into our country. We're not going to let them back in. So we've taken a very tough stand. And you see where we've been, like Washington, D.C. now, people walk down the streets. They go into restaurants at night. It's beautiful. It's like this beautiful thing to see because until I got here, this was a very, very bad place. We had a terrible thing happen 2 weeks ago with terrorism with regard to 2 National Guards people that are so phenomenal. One is no longer with us, and one, amazingly, we weren't looking with great hope on that, you know, that Andrew. And today he got out of bed, actually, stood up, didn't say anything. It's a little early, but the chances of Andrew, other than his mother, who said, nope, he's going to be okay. His mother was the most positive person. And could be that she'll be right. It's pretty amazing. Made progress. It was, both of them were so badly hurt, we never thought that one could survive. So it looks like Andrew's doing pretty well.
The winner of the Nobel Prize dedicated the prize to you, the Nobel Peace Prize. And she left Venezuela at a very race to make it to the ceremony. There is a risk she could be arrested, actually. What would happen if she's arrested? What message do you send, or would you send to Nicolas Maduro?
Well, arrested by who? The Nobel Prize Committee? It sounds like that's probably the ones that would arrest. I don't know anything about it. She was very gracious. She said I should have gotten the Nobel Prize, and I don't, you know, I mean, I'm doing this to save lives. I'm not doing it for any other reason. But no, I don't like if she would be arrested. No, I wouldn't be happy with that.
Mr. President, Senate Republicans currently have a healthcare proposal that would take away, let those ACA subsidies expire, and then put about $1,000 in people's HSAs. Do you think that is enough money, and how do you ensure that people who will see those tax subsidies expire won't see their healthcare costs skyrocket?
Well, the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, they call it now the unaffordable because it's unaffordable. It used to be called the affordable, but it was never affordable. It was always bad. It was basically designed for the benefit of insurance companies. And what we're doing is we want all of the billions and billions of dollars that went to insurance companies to go directly to the people, and they can buy their own health care. And people love it. I don't know if the Democrats are going to approve it because they want the insurance companies to make money. It was a scam. Obamacare was a scam. But we're going to see. I mean, the Republicans, I can tell you, want the money to go to the people. And we're winning that battle. The Democrats are having a hard time with it because they're in the pocket of the insurance companies. Yes, please.
Yes, you spoke to some European leaders today, I think, sir.
I did.
Could you tell us about that? And is there a new revised peace plan that Ukraine has presented?
Yeah. The leaders of France we spoke to, and Germany, and UK, all very good leaders, very good friends of mine, and we discussed Ukraine in pretty strong words. And we'll see what happens. I mean, we're waiting to hear answers before we progress. You know, we're not spending any money in Ukraine. We're selling basically missiles and everything else to NATO, and NATO's paying us, and then they distribute it to who they want. I guess they're mostly distributing to Ukraine, but we're not spending money. But you know what we are? We're spending a lot of time and a lot of effort, because last month 27,000 soldiers were killed. Both, think of it, 27,000. That's if you take a football game and take half the stadium, that's 27,000. So 27,000 soldiers were killed. Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed. And I want to see that stop. We'll find out. Look, there are a lot of things happening right now. A lot of people say it's closer than it's ever been. It's a war that would have never started. If I were president, would have never started. It's a war that should never have started. But we'll have it figured out, I think, within a pretty short
You
period.
say very strong terms, sir. Could you explain that?
Well, I think we had some little disputes about people, and we're going to see how it turns out. And we said before we go to a meeting, we want to know some things. You know, they would like us to go to a meeting over the weekend in Europe, and we'll make a determination depending on what they come back with. We don't want to be wasting time. Sometimes you have to let people fight it out, and sometimes you don't. But the problem with letting people fight it out is you're losing thousands of people a week. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculous.
Mr. President, two questions. One, the oil tanker. Who owns that oil tanker?
You'll get that information later.
Okay, and have you spoken to Maduro since your last conversation?
No, I haven't.
It's only been one conversation.
No.
And when you say that the European leaders want to have a meeting over the weekend, are you talking about with Zelensky or with them?
With Zelensky and us.
And you said in an interview yesterday that you think it's time for Zelensky to start accepting things. What things are you talking about?
I think he has to be realistic, and I do wonder about, you know, how long is it going to be till they have an election? You know, it's a democracy. It's a long time. They haven't had an election in a long time. It's losing a lot of people, and it's possible that the people, you know, if you look at the polls, I will say 82%, there was a poll that came out, 82% of the people are demanding a settlement be made, Ukrainian people. They want to see a settlement be made. I understand that. They're losing thousands and thousands of people a week. They want to see it ended. And I do say, you know, at what point, when do they have an election in Ukraine? That's not casting dispersions on anybody, but they do have a massive corruption situation going on there. And they do say, you know, when are they, people are asking this question, when do they have an election? Are they going to have an election? Or are they going to just keep it going like this? So I think it's time to get that war settled. And I think it's a war that can be settled. But it takes two to tango.
Mr. President, Warner about the new owners of Warner Brothers Discovery to make changes at CNN, big changes, and have you spoken to Jared about it? What are you doing with him, or get you sort of wall him off a little bit?
So what do you want to know?
What changes do you want to see at CNN under new owners?
Well, I'm not involved in that. I will be probably involved, maybe involved in the decision. It depends. You have some good companies bidding on it. I think the people that have run CNN for the last long period of time are a disgrace. I think it's imperative that CNN be sold, because you certainly wouldn't want to put people, just leave those people with some money, good money, and CNN, so that, you know, they can spend even more money spreading poison, because it's lies. It's a disgrace. So I wouldn't want to see the same company end up with CNN, the same company with money, because right now they don't have too much money. But they have value, I guess, based on the bids. They've got value. But I think CNN should be sold, because I think the people that are running CNN right now are either corrupt or incompetent.
And that'll be a factor in decision making, because, you know, we've got some.
Well, in my mind, but you know, I can be talked out of that by some very talented people that we have, antitrust people. But I just think that the people that have run CNN into the ground, by the way, nobody watches, very few people watch. I don't think they should be entrusted with running CNN any longer. So I think any deal should be guaranteed and certain that CNN is part of it, or sold separately. But I don't think the people that are running that company right now and running CNN, which is a very dishonest group of people, I don't think that should be allowed to continue. I think CNN should be sold along with everything else.
Sir, you spoke about affordability earlier in your remarks and yesterday in Pennsylvania. How much more can we expect to see you on the road kind of delivering that message? And are you worried at all about the Democrats winning a couple more things in Miami and Georgia?
I don't worry about it. You know, it's like statistically, it's amazing when you win the presidency, even if you win by a landslide like we did, and even if you do a good job, and some people say we've done the best opening 10 months in history, you know, in the history of the presidency. I think we have. Who's done better? We ended 8 wars. We have the strongest economy. We have $18 trillion coming in, which is more than any country had, times I think 5 or 6. 18 trillion is a lot even in your standard, right?
Yes, sir.
Even for that guy, 18 trillion is big numbers. But we have $18 trillion coming in. Pretty amazing, right? I think Qualcomm would be very impressed if they had even a little piece of that. So we've done a great job. But for whatever reason, and nobody's been able to give me an answer, when you win the presidency, you seem to lose the midterms. Even if you win the presidency by a lot and you do a great job as president. You know, some presidents have done good and they've lost, I think it's like 2 times in the last many, many years it's been won. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Usually I can figure things out, but I don't know why, but that seems to be. But other than that, we should win because we're doing great. The economy is roaring. I think the economy is only going to go, better with all this money pouring in. We have factories being built. And forget about AI. We have AI more than anybody. We're leading AI by a lot. But we have many car companies coming in from Canada, from Mexico. They're coming in from Mexico. They're coming in from Canada, from Japan, from Europe, all over Europe, Germany, all over Europe. We're doing great. But for whatever reason, it doesn't matter how well they're doing, good and bad. The bad you understand, but even when a president's doing well, they seem to not do well in the midterms. So we're going to try and change it. There should be no reason for it. If anybody at the table can figure out, Bruce, a nice psychological reason, but so I want to win, and winning the midterms is important. People want us to win the midterms, and I think we have great spirit. We should win the midterms, yeah.
Under Joe Biden's administration, during COVID specifically, Biden removed the safety standards on abortion drugs. Now I'm hearing from a lot of pro-lifers that they're very anxious because yesterday Bloomberg reported that your FDA is slow-walking a review of the abortion drugs that Secretary Kennedy promised.
Yeah,
How soon do you want to see that?
I'll find out. I'll ask them.
Do you want to see
I don't think they're slow-walking anything, but I'll find out. Yeah.
Any update on the clashes between Thailand and Cambodia, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll have to make a phone call. I was going to say that the Thailand and Cambodia, one of the 8 that I settled, they've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for a very long time, many, many, many decades. But I got along great with both. I found they were 2 great leaders, 2 great people, and I settled it once. I think I can do it pretty quickly. I think we're scheduling a phone call tomorrow.
Mr. President.
With Thailand.
On the Fed chair.
With Thailand, if just to answer, Steve, with Thailand and Cambodia, I think I can get them to stop fighting. Who else can do that? Think of it. Settled 8 wars. Every once in a while, one will flame up again, and I have to put out that little flame. I have to put it out, but we're going to put it out again. So I think I'm scheduled to speak to them tomorrow and see if I can. It was unfortunate what happened. I mean, I know exactly what happened. It got it started a little bit, but we'll see if we can put it out.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. What happens to the oil on that ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go? What port does it go to?
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where it's going?
Follow it. Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to
But we're going to, I assume we're going to keep the oil.
Mr. President, on Fed Chair, Kevin Hassett said you were going to announce your decision within the next 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Are you doing your interviews with finalists today?
Well, I'm meeting with Kevin Warsh today, so I'm meeting with him. I sort of have a very good idea what I'm looking for. again, I'm looking for somebody that will be honest with interest rates. That's all. I just want honesty. Our rate should be much lower. Our rate should be the lowest rates in the world. Because all these countries that you see, you know, with low rates, many of them are low because of us, because they suck so much money out of us. But that's not happening anymore. We should have the lowest rates in the world. And without us, none of them really exist as an economy. I mean, I can show you these really prime, really wonderful countries. They've had nothing but success. It's because they took so much out of the United States. I mean, it's one of those little problems. I want to see that when we do well, we're rewarded for doing well, not the way it's been for the last pretty long period of time.
Are you asking these finalists to pledge to lower rates? Are you asking these finalists to pledge to lower rates if they become the chair?
No, I'll be asking questions and I'll be able to figure it out.
Mr. President, we have 3 countries sending drugs to the U.S., Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia. And you talked to the president of Mexico, you already talked to Nicolas Maduro. Have you considered talking to the president of Colombia, who you called a drug leader?
No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States, and I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next. Yes,
Mr. President.
Because we don't like people when they kill people, and they sell drugs. They kill them in the United States, and Colombia is a major manufacturer of drugs, meaning cocaine in particular, as you know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Multiple House Republicans in recent weeks, days, have been critical of Speaker Mike Johnson. I wanted to ask you if you're still confident in the Speaker to keep his conference together ahead of the midterms, and how often are you speaking about him?
I think Mike Johnson is great. You know, he's had a majority of 2, 3, 4, then back to 2. We actually had 1. So we were 1 heart attack away from disaster. So everybody prayed for everybody's health. I think Mike Johnson's been a fantastic speaker. I mean, a very hard job because, you know, when you have a small majority, and we got the biggest bill in the history of our country approved, the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. There are different names for it, but to me it's a Great Big Beautiful Bill because it gives the biggest tax cuts in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. I think Mike Johnson's been a great speaker. I think few people could have done that job.
Do you want to see another big package move through Capitol Hill the next year, or?
Well, we don't need it because we got everything. You know, this was supposed to be 17 bills. And I think it was my idea, but, you know, with the concurrence of people that have done this a long time. And I said, why don't we make it 1 bill? Because it's very hard to get things approved by the Democrats. And it worked out because there was something good for everybody. If we would have done 17 bills, we wouldn't have gotten 1/3 of them approved. It was something great for everybody in the one, you know, the Great Big Beautiful Bill.
If I could follow up, it's good to see you, Mr. President. I can follow up on the event last night in Pennsylvania. Huge crowd turned out there.
Big crowd.
It seemed like Rally Trump was in prime condition last night. You enjoyed it. Can you just give me your thoughts on that? Then I do have a question on the gold card.
Last night was amazing in Pennsylvania. We had a tremendous crowd. It was like freezing. And the people, the thousands of people on the sidewalk trying to get in, or the streets. It was an amazing evening, actually, and I think people really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. You could tell that.
I can tell that you enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I really did. Well, you know, it's easy to enjoy when you do a good job, and, you know, when you can talk about things in a very positive way. It's hard not to say it. We have potentially the greatest economic boom in the history of the world. It's being built right now. And when it opens, there will be nothing ever in history like what's happening in our country. And, you know, Washington, D.C. is safe, and Memphis is now. Look at Memphis. Crime is down 60% in Memphis. We just got there 3 weeks ago. And we're going to have New Orleans. New Orleans was we just sent a group of people there, and crime is down 28% in about 3 days. No, we do a good job, you know. And these are central casting people. These people they're very tough people if they have to be. They're very good, they're great patriots, but they are the toughest, and they don't take any nonsense. And every place we go, we knock down crime. Too bad that we're not invited more into Chicago, because we could save Chicago very quickly. But even that, we're doing it on a minimal basis until, at some point we'll just go in and do what we have to do if the governor doesn't wise up. They got a bad governor, they have a bad mayor. I would say they're both incompetent, but it's hard to believe that people don't want to stop crime. We could stop the crime in Chicago in about 2 weeks. Go ahead.
My question is on the gold card. And I apologize if I missed the answer to this. Is there a limit to how many gold cards these companies can buy?
Howard?
So the program is part of the already approved visas. So we're just going to have great people come into this country. The average green card holder earned less than the average American. So they were more likely to be on the dole and be on our assistance programs than average Americans. And the idea is from President Trump, he wants to raise it, bring in the best people into America. So same visas, but now just full of the best people.
Basically, it's a green card, but much better, much more powerful, a much stronger path. And a path is a big deal. Have to be great people, but much stronger path. And it also, in addition to that, helps companies, because not only for companies, but if IBM gets somebody #1 in his class at the Wharton School of Finance, and you're dying to get the person, but you can't guarantee the person stays in the country, because oftentimes they'll say, I'm sorry, sir, you got to get out of here, you have 24 hours, right? And you say, where's my employee? Now IBM can buy a card, and that employee can be there for essentially a very long period of time.
Mr. President,
It's so needed for the companies. It's needed for others, but really it's basically a much better form of a green card. And you can't get green cards. They are impossible to get. This is much better than a green card. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Did you tell Bruce Blakeman not to run for governor, or that she should think about not running for governor?
I haven't spoken to, first of all, he's a friend, she's a friend. These are two great people running. In a way, I hate to see them running against each other. I hope they're not going to be damaging each other. But Elisa's fantastic and Bruce is, they're two fantastic people. And I always hate it when two very good friends of mine are running. And I hope there's not a lot of damage done. Sometimes it works the other way. The victor ends up being much stronger because of it. A lot of times that happens in politics.
You think it's in a couple months after you see who performs?
Well, I think in New York we have a convention toward the end of February, and I think you'll know pretty much at the end of February what's going to happen. And I'll probably have to, do what I want to do. But I hope he's running now, as you know, and she's running. We have two very talented people. Either one should win against the Democrats.
Mr. President, the President Legacy story lately focuses on one of your cabinet members predicting that you're going to fire this one or you're going to get rid of that one. Of all your cabinet members, who would you perceive as the most under attack?
Well, I think my cabinet's fantastic. I read these same stories that I'm unhappy with this one or that one, and I'm not. I think the cabinet's done a great job. I read a story that I was unhappy with Pete because he was attacking drug dealers. I said, that's not exactly right. I would say very much the opposite. Pete Hegseth has been phenomenal. I read a story recently, I'm unhappy with Christie. I'm so happy with it. I mean, we have a closed border. We have a border that's the best border in the history of our country. Why would I be unhappy? She's fantastic, actually. No, we have a fantastic cabinet. Really fantastic cabinet. I mean, Lutnick I'll have to think about. No, can't have everything. Can't have everything. He's doing great. Well, Howard's done really well, and Scott's done really well. We have just a fantastic cabinet. I'll tell you who's doing a great job is Linda McMahon. We're bringing education back to the states where it belongs. Education is going, we can't do any worse than we're doing right now. Let the states run it. If you go back to some of our states that are run so well, so good. I would say 40 of them. And then you'll have trouble with 5, and you'll have bigger trouble with another 5. But you have 35 or 40 states that will run education as good as Norway or Denmark, Sweden. We have some, the heads of the list are Denmark, Norway, Sweden, a few others. I think if you go to Iowa and you go to Indiana and you go to, I can name a lot of states, I think it would be almost the equivalent or maybe better. But you can't run a school system in Iowa from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
Sir, the Gaza plan, when do you expect to announce members of the Board of Peace, the leadership of that?
Well, we'll do it early next year. And the Board of Peace are going to, it'll be one of the most legendary boards ever. Everybody wants to be on it. It's mostly going to be, I guess, we weren't thinking about it that way, but they want to all do it. Basically, it'll be the heads of the most important countries.
Mr. President.
They all want to be on. It wasn't really planned. We thought we were going to get very distinguished people that do that kind of thing for a living. But really, it looks like it's turning out to be, they want to be on the heads, the kings and the presidents, prime ministers, they all want to be on the Board of Peace.
Mr. President, on the video follow-up to last night's rally, can you clarify, you have called the affordability crisis as a Democratic hoax, but you also want to make America affordable again?
No, the word that they use is a hoax, and because they're the ones that caused the problem. I'm talking about when you're trying to say it a different way. No, it's pretty simple though if you listen. It's a hoax where they created the problem. They're the ones that gave the high prices. So when they use the word affordability, they shouldn't be using that word because they're the ones that created this problem. They created the highest inflation in history, and they created the highest prices in history. And now we have to get those things down. But when they go, they look and they say affordability. They never discuss it. They just say the election's about affordability. Well, it may very well be. I think it's also about still the border. You have to remember the job. The sad thing is for 7 months, we've had no people come through our border. Nobody can even believe it. 0 people. And the people that do that are largely Democrats, which the people that do the stats. We've had no people come in other than coming in legally. But if you take a look, and nobody wants to talk about that. In fact, last night I said, let me talk about the border. My own people told me, sir, nobody cares about the border anymore. You've fixed the problem. I said, do I get a little credit for fixing a disaster where millions of people a month would flow into our country and, from prisons and from gangs and from drug dealers and mental institutions? They say, sir, you fixed the border. Nobody cares. I say, but I care. It's sad when you fix something and then you can't even use it. You can't talk about it. My own people don't want to talk about it anymore. But very simply, the Democrats created the worst crisis of inflation that this country has ever had. And with that came the highest prices that we've ever had. And I'm fixing it.
Mr. President, has Secretary Hexeth told you why he hasn't released the video of the second strike?
No, he hasn't told me. I thought that issue was dead. You're surprised you bring it up. You must be CNN.
Lawmakers are still
Are you
talking about
CNN?
it on the Hill.
Are you CNN?
I am with CNN.
Oh, gee, I'm shocked to find out.
But lawmakers are still talking about it on the Hill.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know about lawmakers. Which lawmakers you're talking about?
Just the Democrats that are talking about trying to release it.
I mean the people that you work for, the Democrats? You know you work for the Democrats, don't you? You're basically an arm of the Democrat Party. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
So, call me if we can help.
He torched her. Oh my God, he completely torched her. You know you work for the Democrats, right? You know you're just an arm of the Democrat Party. Oh, okay. Oh, how do you walk away from that? How do you have any sort of integrity after the President of the United States looked you in the face and said, you're just a Democrat Party. That might need a double tap. They want to talk about double taps. Give it again. Give it to her again. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, I posted in the chat that I think something was going on. I don't know what. My spidey senses were thinking something just ain't right. That was, number one, an unplanned press conference. There was nothing on his schedule that has anything to do with press conference. But nonetheless, he comes on. He all talked about Jerome Powell about this much, and then just went into a wide range of things. And then took questions. And then went around a table and showed everybody, what kind of deals are happening in this country. Put it this way. Ashley texted me. She's like, no one's going to see this because the media won't show it. Which is why you got to get out there. This is insane what's happening in this country. We have never seen anything like this. Maybe like Reagan Reese said, it's just too much. There's too much happening. By the time I'm done here, this is a 5-hour show. I was hoping, maybe go 12 to 2:30, a 5-hour show. You got DHS buying planes and surging in New York. You got them taking over tankers in Venezuela. You got the Federal Reserve. You got the stock market. You got silver. You got gold. People aren't used to this. This is something they can't even comprehend. Let me show you. This is how the stock market closed today. 500 points up on a 1/4 of a point move in the Federal Reserve. 500 points and a 1/4 of a point. Everything. Records, 48,000 in the Dow, 6,800 up 46 in the S&P, NASDAQ up 77. It's absolutely insane. Yet I know when I get off and I go look on X, it's like, oh, you can't believe he's doing this stuff. And I was telling you guys earlier, pay attention to what matters. Even if they're going to talk crap on X, you need to disavow yourself from it and pay attention to the signals. In addition, pay attention to the words. What did President Trump say? Which probably won't get reported, but maybe it will. You're going to keep the oil? Oh, we're keeping the oil. Oh, really? So we're going to keep the oil in Venice from that tanker. So, people were talking about that, obviously. Eric Doherty, who I consider a good source, he came out and said the United States have intercepted and seized a sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Very important, because you're going to hear the lefties screaming, oh, bloody murder, but the word sanctioned should have caught your eye. Sanctioned. They should have been out there. The boat should not have been out there. It gave them the opportunity to take the tanker. And as President Trump said, we're keeping the oil, which is going to cause the left all kinds of freak out. What do you mean you're taking oil? You don't have authority. You see this thing called a sanction, you morons? And then you can see Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, he's doing all this stuff without our approval. Let me introduce you to this thing called the Monroe Doctrine. I'm not going to play it again because we've already been here for something hours. But you should be familiarizing yourself with it. Something else is why you should be shifting away from the crazies on X and start looking at financial information. Because, as I said earlier, looking at things that are better for you and your family. I follow a guy or gal or whoever. It's an Anon account, and he posted this. And I want to have to explain it to you because you probably don't know what he's saying here. You've seen this GIF. The guy is like, oh, this is fantastic. You've seen that before, haven't you? Yeah, he's just sitting there smoking going, wow, this is freaking awesome. Well, he says something. I want you to look. You're realizing, the moment you realize, and you should be realizing right now, that Trump hasn't even installed his own dovish Fed chairman. And what he's saying there, or she, is saying, we're about to explode in a positive way. We gained 500 points on 0.25%. And Jerome Powell's still running around saying how they don't think they should lower it and blah, 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 blah. And President Trump's like, tick-tock, start packing your shit. You are no longer going to have to do any more press conferences real soon. And so, yes, when you sit back and realize that he hasn't even put his own guy in yet, and things are popping off. How do you know things are popping off? You see people sitting around a table talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. See, I don't think the left and even a lot of Republicans can even comprehend what is happening. As he went around the table and he talked to these people, and they're like, yeah, I'm throwing in 150. Yeah, I'm doing 100. It's a high-stakes poker table you just got to see. And nobody there looks freaked out. The same person, Geiger Capital, posted this. You've seen the movie Rounders with Matt Damon as he goes to play poker with KGB and he pushes all in. The statement here says, the Fed says it will begin Treasury bill purchasing on December 12th. That's in 2 days. 2 days. Fed says it will buy 40 billion of Treasury bills in the next 30 days. Send it. Do something. Some of you guys are sitting back, well, what the hell does that mean? Well, this is where you have to begin educating yourself, because the people who know are like, oh, put me in. Put me in on some of this, coach. 40 billion? I love what this person put. When I hear QE is starting up, people are... oh, the party is about to go crazy. And then he finished up with this one. And I want to just impart this on you guys before we stop for the afternoon. U.S. seizes oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Are you ready? I posted this because this is what I've been saying to you for the last week. Are you ready? And it talks about what happened. And I love the first comment. And they say the Monroe Act is not relevant anymore. And Trump's like, hold my Diet Coke. So if many of us are seeing what this board looks like, and we're actually salivating. By the way, check what silver and gold did. Maybe I should show you in case you weren't paying attention. See, this is the kind of stuff that you see, but then you don't realize, well, what's Barry talking about? All right, well, let me show you what happened today after that information about the Fed and the oil tanker and everything else that some people will take as being bad news. That, you know, oh my God, it's aggression. What are we doing? How are we doing this stuff? Okay, well, how about this? And understanding that silver trades 24/7. This is just today. This is just today. Look what happened when that oil tanker was taken. Look what happened, which coincided with the 0.25% lowering of the interest rates. You think some people said, party like it's 1999. You think some people said, oh, here it comes. But you won't hear that on X. They won't tell you about that. They'll be talking about maroon shirts and other kind of crazy stuff. They don't dare show you this is gold at the same time. Just look. Let your eyes show you what the hell happened. I can't be clearer to you that you need to start focusing on stuff that matters to your life and your family's lives. There is nothing that is going to help you by paying attention to the morons on social media. Not going to help you. In fact, if you believe the morons on social media, that should give you even more reason to keep watching this stuff. Because like I asked yesterday, it's like, hey, if all things are going to go to pot, things are going to hell, socialism is coming, what are you doing about it? You're going to wait until, it happens? Or are you going to start stocking the boxes right now? So you can't have it both ways. You can't scream that everything sucks, that Republicans are done, MAGA's dead, we're all going to be socialist. All right, well then, what's my medicine? What's the prescription I need to be taken if that's what is really going to happen? Matter of fact, tell me the prescription you're taking if you think Trump sucks, MAGA's dead, socialism is the way. If that's what you truly feel, what are you doing to make sure your family and yourself is protected? And when you get the crickets back, then you realize they're full of crap. Like I told you earlier, SpaceX is about to do a $1.6 trillion IPO. You didn't hear me stutter. 1.6 trillion. You're seeing all the vital signs. If you saw this patient, if you were a nurse, and let me take the vitals. Okay, what's silver? Okay, what's gold looking like? Let me take this. Take your pulse there. What's the stock market looking like? Oh, what's housing looking like? All the vital signs are there. And, when I'm showing people like doing this, you have to know why they're ecstatic. And if you don't know, you miss where that puck is going. If you don't know, you don't know why everybody else is pumped. Right now, I'm ready to do the YMCA dance. Houses, silver, gold. Be ready. Be ready. And if you don't want to, that's up to you. I'm just telling you, real life, what's getting ready to happen. And it is totally up to you how you want to treat it. I can't bring that horse to drink. SB just posted what? Cargo is approximately 2 million barrels of crude inside that boat. 2 million? Wowzer. What? Oh, too much. Man. Go ahead. If you want to go chase some of that naysaying stuff on X, ask questions. Hey, so what are we doing about this, man? Are we going to start building a nest? Are we going to be squirrels? Or are we just going to talk about it on X? They're all full of crap. They're all full of crap. Every single one of them. None of those guys around that table looked worried. I'm just saying, they don't look worried at all. In fact, they're writing big fat checks to cash in on it. And I don't want to hear anybody talking about, but Barry, it's not all just about prosperity. Tell your wife that. Tell your kids that. Hey, I don't want to. Never mind. Do what you want to do. All right. And anyway, let me get out of here. Fikowski, first things first. Nice to be here. Thank you again. Have no nose ring. Nikki, in my opinion, part of the problem might be all the prosperity preachers who poisoned the well for decades. People cringe at the word by default because of them. But you wouldn't cringe if you knew what you were talking about. I'm not telling you to believe the prosperity preachers. I'm saying learn it yourself. That's a completely big difference. I'm not standing on top of a podium going, you need to do this. The thing I'm saying is educate yourself so you don't fall prey to people like that. I don't have all the answers. I'm not going to pretend I have the answers. I know where the answers are. Pekoski, 72 and still working every day. You go, boy. Life experience, nobody could bamboozle me. Nikki, I use Grok to determine what companies promise to seem poised to invest with Trump for AI. I started putting in $20 here and there back in September. I'm up to 400. Nice. See, that journey of 1,000 steps starts with the first step. Exactly. Chiosat, money doesn't disappear, it shifts. You have to find out where it shifted to and go become a part of that group so you can share in the prosperity. Agreed. How I collect sign up for no tickets. I'm sorry, I don't understand. All right, Lisa, California gas tax is 90 cents a gallon. Whew. Mobile Tech, Cali is in trouble because the Phillips and Valero refineries closing by the end of the year. Montana is 59 cents and cleanup tax plus tourist tax on top of that. Jose Gonzalez, SpaceX is $245 at the moment. Barry, should we wait to buy until next year? I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you, begin doing your information and compiling that information and seeing what happens as they get closer to the IPO. And when you feel comfortable, when you feel you've got that information in hand, that's going to be your trigger of yay or nay. Don't let someone else tell you, buy SpaceX. No, do your own research. If you need to know where to look, that's a different story. I can help you with that. Thornton, Democrat won the mayor's race in Miami last night, where a Democrat has not won in over 30 years. You have to agree that it's not a very good sign. I'll talk about that tonight. All right. Doesn't mean anything. I'll tell you why later. Mitch, thank you. Picassi, our family's favorite president. Charito, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Buddy Sanders, thanks for hanging with the show. Yeah, I was almost off before he came out. Charlene, thanks you for staying in. Barry just got back from the heart test when POTUS started talking. Hope all is well. Picassi, simple thinking. No lawyer or carrier politicians should become, or career politicians should become the president. I agree. Cutting edge. CNN has to make a deal with a betting company to make some money. They're toasted. Yeah, they Kalshi, that's right. They partnered Kalshi. VJ C-Class, boom. Dems turn on the cheat machines when they lose is the answer to DJT's midterm elections question. And Nikki says, I'm up 400 in profit above my initial investment. Excuse me. All right, so, wow, what a show, what a day. Things just keep getting better and better. And it's all based upon your perspective. So maybe you need to change your perspective if you're thinking otherwise. I see a lot of people went and started looking up what were the taxes per gallon in their area, and some people were probably shocked that your local government and state government are pounding you. That's the kind of information you need to be looking at and going, wait a second, it's not, the gas is only $2 a gallon, but you're charging us $2 in taxes? Information will set you free, as it always has, as well as discernment. Don't forget that. Talk to you guys hopefully tonight. Been here 5 hours. By the time we're done, it'll be 5 hours. So hopefully I can do something tonight after I go home. And I got Robin sick, by the way, so I just got to take care of the wife. All right, everybody. I'm so pumped. I am so pumped.
Noel, the angels did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in a fields where they lay, keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was so deep. Born is the King. sleigh to hear the angels sing. Still through the cloven skies they come with peaceful wings and pearl, and still their heavenly music floats o'er all the weary world. Above it said, and lowly place they bend on hovering wing, and ever o'er its babble sounds the blessed angels sing. For lo, the days are hastening on by prophets seen of old, when with the ever-circling years shall come the time foretold, when man new heaven and earth shall own the Prince of Peace, their King, and the whole world send back the song which now the angels sing. heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing. I ask thee to stay close by me.